4 speakers for the first session every day. So we might go over 12 o'clock a bit because it's always difficult to get back and to recommence a sitting. So I say that because I see many of the staff of the ministry having to wait long. They want to get back to some of the responsibilities that they have in and out of office. So that way, I think we can better manage our time and their time. Uh, and meals. There are about 8 persons among us who are vegetarians. And over the past couple of days, um, they have been challenged to get their meals. So we know at least 5 of the vegetarians, and those who want a vegetarian meal, if early you can inform the clerk, we will set aside with your name the vegetarian meal. So you will not be challenged with respect to your meals, right? Um, Anything else, let us know, and we will try our best to ensure that we can um, accommodate all of your requests. Sherlock?
Presentation of petitions, presentation of papers and reports, etc.
Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present to this Honorable House the Customs Amendment of First Schedule, Order 2023, Order number 9 of 2023, an order intended to bring into force one of the measures indicated in the budget speech that we're currently in the process of debating. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Reports from committees. Oral questions without notice. Questions on notice.
Honorable Member, yesterday we had deferred 3 questions by the Honorable Member Jermaine Figueroa for the Honorable Minister of Culture, Youth and Sport. I'm just checking to see if I'm not online as yet, so I don't know if the Honorable Member Figueroa is online or if the Honorable Leader of the Opposition can tell me. I see Miss Tabitha
Thank you, Mrs.
Halley,
Speaker.
Honorable
Thank you.
Member. Yesterday, they did mention that the Honorable Member would ask these questions in the absence of Mr. Figueroa.
Yes.
Honorable Member,
Thank you.
please,
Thank you,
you may
Mr.
ask the
Speaker.
first question.
First question, can the minister inform this House how many consultants were employed by his ministry between September 1st, 2021 and June 30th, 2022?
Honorable Minister of Culture, Youth and Sport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There was one employed. His name is, I'll just following up to go through all of the questions. His name was Mr. Ozari. And the nature of his work is to support the music school in drumming and making of drum material, and also for the development of their curriculum. And just to finish it up, Mr. Speaker, his fees are based on
Honorable Member Miss Tabitha Sarabo Halley. I think question 1 was there, right?
Yes, there's just one question. I think the minister attempted to answer all 3. My only issue with his response is that I wasn't hearing him. So I'm not sure if he would be able to.
We're having some issues with the microphone on this side. So, and the other problem, we have the mic volume, and the Honorable Minister is endowed with height.
Happy not to be vertically challenged too, Mr. Speaker. Just to answer all of the questions, there was one employed. His name is Mr. Wazari. He assists in and supports the activity of the music school, drumming, making of drums, development of the curriculum, and the salary or fee is $600,000.
Thank you. Ms. Honorable Member, the question with synthetic track, are you passing that? And I think there's one.
Yes. The second question, can the minister inform this House when will work on the synthetic track in Linden recommence and when will it conclude? When is it likely to conclude?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, I'm glad that the question was framed in that way, because to answer the question comprehensively, I have to give some background and detail to when the work of the synthetic track had commenced, what got us to this point, and when we are going to be looking to conclude. So I have a number of publications from the DPI that I will be laying over with this House for reference. And just to go through this in a chronological way, so that the House, the public, Guyana is able to get a good sense of what transpired that got us to this point, and to show what a monumental failure the management of this project was. So I have on January 5th, 2018, caption says, synthetic tracks will be constructed by the end of 2018. This is Minister Norton. This is Minister George Norton. That important clarification, very important clarification must be made. Document number 2, May 12th, 2018, synthetic track, Linden synthetic track, on target for October 2018 completion. And just for the sake of being clinical, I must read the first paragraph, which says the Department of Sport is on target with its October 2018 deadline for the laying of a state-of-the-art synthetic track in the mining town of Linden in Region 10, Upper Demerara, Berbice. This is according to Minister of Social Cohesion with responsibility for sport, Dr. George Norton, who has responsibility for culture, youth, and sport. That's May 11th, 2018. October 26th, 2018, caption says, 320 million in contracts signed for Berbice and synthetic tracks. This is when the contracts are actually signed in October of 2018, keeping in mind that the original statements are saying that it would be concluded or on target for October 2018 for completion. October 26th, this is what was said. They've signed the contracts and that the works are scheduled to commence in 1 week at the date of signing, and that it will take 3 to 6 months to be completed. That's what they're on record as saying. In April of 2019, the caption in the Chronicle says, Minister Norton impressed with ongoing works at Linden synthetic track. Contract signed in October. This is April. So October, November, December, January, February, March, April. 6 months already passed. Contract is supposed to be completed within 3 to 6 months. And the caption says that the minister is impressed with the work that's going on there, even though it is not concluded. No, not yet. Not yet. This is June 30th, 2019, after the 6-month period had elapsed. Caption says, this is in the Guyana Times. Caption says, Minister receives status update on synthetic tracks. Minister says that the construction is shaping up nicely. Already 2 months behind, and it's shaping up nicely. September 5th, 2019. This is the Chronicle. Caption says, Linden synthetic track nearing completion. First paragraph. Very soon, athletes who are residing in the mining town of Linden will be able to practice and compete in a modern, state-of-the-art sporting facility, which boasts an 8-lane synthetic track. 2 paragraphs later, it says the actual laying of the synthetic material will be done by an overseas firm, and this is expected to commence at the end of September 2019. The contractor related that the work is moving apace, and its completion is guaranteed before the end of the year. That's September 2019. By December 2019, caption says, DPI, December 5th, Region 6 and Region 10 synthetic tracks almost complete for 2020. Dr. George Norton gave the assurance in an exclusive DPI interview on Thursday where he said the following, and I quote, "We are certain that before the end of this year, that's 2019, we will reach a stage of the laying of asphalt so that come 2020, it would only need the accommodation of the synthetic materials and the laying of the synthetic material. And of course, the infrastructure surrounding those tracks." That was December 2019. None of that was completed. And here's the kicker. Here is the kicker, that they promised that the track would be completed first started by the end of 2018, then they said it would be assured that it would be completed by the end of 2019. Here's the kicker. They never even paid for the synthetic material. They never paid for the synthetic material. I have here, Mr. Speaker, the award coming from the Ministry of Finance, which says, and I would like to give the date of the award. Date 31st of May. 31st of May 2021. 2021. Please be advised that approval has been given for the contract synthetic material and installation of the synthetic tracks. Region number 6, New Amsterdam, and region number 10, Linden, awarded to Ragupal BSW for the tendered sum of 1.031 million euros. Who paid for this? The People's Progressive Party government. And just for the sake of clarity, let me also say that the government, the People's Progressive Party government, also had to complete a number of projects in order for us to get to the stage of laying of the asphalt, which was completed at the end of October, early November last year, which we completed with the supervision of BSW, where it was such a technical installation process that the margin of error was 5 millimeters. 5 millimeters. And it was scheduled for the laying, the completion of the laying, because we have in our possession, it's stored safely, the synthetic material. We already purchased it, we already received it, it's stored, it's waiting to be installed. And it was scheduled for November, December to complete the installation of the synthetic track, which is supposed to be no more than 30 days. But then the rain came early in November, and there was a curing period that was required for the asphalt to be cured, and we were unable to do it. It is scheduled, the other consultant has to come to supervise the laying of the synthetic material, and that's scheduled for April of this year. So once we don't have any weather conditions that would be disruptive during that period, the laying of the synthetic material will be completed. What I abhor to one of the worst things that, I don't want to say anything that is unparliamentary, Mr. Speaker, so I'm being very careful with what I'm saying. But what I consider to be repugnant is that members of the APNU AFC have been going around telling the country, holding press conferences, etc., and saying that this People's Progressive Party government had stopped the project, which was a complete falsehood. That was a complete falsehood. And they know better. They know better because if you examine the budget estimates 2020, 2021, and 2022, there are capital allocations for projects that needed to be concluded contained in there.
They specialize in peddling false.
For the projects that were started this year, forget about the projects that were concluded last year, forget about the purchase that we made that was included in our budget document, which is a public document, which we spoke about. Forget about that. Let's speak about what happened this year. The projects that started this year were all publicly advertised in the newspapers. In the newspapers. Members on the other side, including the leader of the opposition, went on a press conference and said that we were discriminating against the people of Linden by stopping the project. And that was a complete falsehood. Complete falsehood. What I want the people to know, and it's very important because you're going to have to go back to Linden and tell them that you failed them. The one project that you had been glowing and boasting about, it has been a monumental failure of project management, and there has been no consequences whatsoever for the people of Linden, those young kids who want to go and train there, none whatsoever. And there's...
But they love the Lindeners.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable Member Ms. Halley, there was a question with respect to COVID relief for persons. There was a question, can the Minister inform this House whether his ministry provided any post-COVID relief?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I missed that one. Can the Minister inform this House whether his ministry provided any post-COVID material relief to the persons in the performing arts, specifically to return to theatre performance?
Honourable Minister.
Yes, the government of Guyana has provided a number of COVID relief measures and packages. There has been no specific industry that has received a specific measure of relief. it has been a general position of the government of Guyana.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Statements by ministers, including policy statements, personal explanations, requests for leave to move the adjournment of the National Assembly on definite matters of urgent public importance, motions relating to the business or sittings of the National Assembly, and moved by a minister. Introduction of bills.
Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I present to this honorable House the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2023, Bill number 3 of 2023, a bill to amend the income tax to give legal effect to one of the measures announced in Budget 2023, which is sir, and I beg to move that the bill be read the first time.
Income Amendment Bill 2023, number 23, business.
Remember, before we call the contributor today, as we proceed with the budget debate contributions for 2023, again, the ACIC, another barometer, Ms. Sarabo Hali already covered up. One of the reasons, too, that we have to keep the AC on, the control room has equipment that are temperature sensitive. So we're trying to get an isolated AC unit for that room so that we can shut down more often the AC in the dome, so it wouldn't be this uncomfortable for people. Good. Also, I know many MPs may have guests and they may want to, during the break, uh, uh, for the stuff to come out, and you can have it in a different area. Thank you. And for the first speaker for today, the honorable member, Mr. Viceroy Jordan. The honorable member will be starting at 10:42:30.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Speaker. Good morning, all. Mrs. Speaker, before I get into my contributions for today, I would just like to remind this Honorable House that the National Communications Network and the DPI belongs to all the people of Guyana. And we in the opposition, we are supposed to have the right to be aired just like Speaker, the unfair treatment by this government to the opposition continues by the government with instructions to not broadcast opposition MPs. And Mrs. Speaker, even to the ordinary Guyanese has taken to social media to vent that disgust. And so today, Mrs. Speaker, I say to this Honorable House, the opposition members should be equally aired as those in the government. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make my contribution to the budget presented by the Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance on January 16, 2023, under the theme, Improving Lives Today, Building Prosperity for Tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, This colossal failure and shipwreck to Guyana's economy, called the national budget, has left all Guyanese with reasons to worry and wonder about their future. Sir, some are worrying about how is it that a government can be so uncaring in its plans, policies, and programs, while some worry about when they will get out of poverty in this much-touted oil economy. Mr. Speaker, a large cross-section of Guyanese is worrying about when this budget is passed, how will they survive? Where will the next meal come from? Mr. Speaker, evident to these facts is a statistical report in the Kaitor News editorial dated 20th January 2023 of the United Nations Food and Agricultural Organization, which shows that 43% of Guyanese can't afford a healthy diet, while 5% are undernourished. This was reported in its recent report released in January of 2023, titled Regional Overview of 2022 Towards Improving Affordability and Healthy Diets. That report also states, Mr. Speaker, that 50% of the people living in our country live in poverty. They went on to specify that half of the country's population is surviving on less than US $5.05 or Guyana $1,000 per day. Mr. Speaker, it must be noted that with these facts about Guyana, the international organization said that our country's national poverty status is the highest among the Caribbean. Mr. Speaker, fix that and then come back to this August House and talk about biggest budget and budget for all people. Mr. Speaker, while this budget is some 41.4% larger than that of 2022, it is very clear that it will not be able to address the previously mentioned situations in Guyana, nor will it address the financial insufficiencies of the citizens. Mr. Speaker, this visionless government, while proposing to spend $781.9 billion, has failed to propose any measures that will indeed address the high inflation rate and general cost of living. Sir, this budget is deficient in a poverty reduction strategy, a crime prevention plan, and a permanent job creation strategy. Mr. Speaker, permit me to talk to you about public health in Region 5. Mr. Speaker, this budgetary allocation in 2 successive years continues to fail the people of Region 5, Mahaica-Borby, significantly, with some $236 million allocated to this region for healthcare in an oil-producing economy, a mere $17 million more than last year's allocation. Mr. Speaker, this government for years has failed to upgrade and build upon the work of the coalition government to transform the Trafalgar No. 28 health post into a recognized health center. This is a demonstration of the gross incompetence of this administration and the lack of vision for the region. Not forgetting, Mr. Speaker, the true uncaring nature of the PPPC government. Mr. Speaker, healthcare services should be the priority or primary focus, rather, of any government. But instead, this government is busy ensuring that our health sector is quickly privatized. Sir, the Constitution of Guyana dictates that every citizen has the right to free health services. Yet after the huge $500+ billion 2022 budget, citizens still have to purchase drugs, pay to seek medical services of specialist doctors, and yes, continue to foot the huge cost of having a life and death surgery completed. Mr. Speaker, our district hospitals in Region 5 continue to fail in their services to the people, with the X-ray unit down countless times in 1 year, the non-functioning ultrasound unit shortages of drugs, especially for the elderly and children. The brand new one has not yet been installed, Mr. Speaker. Sir, even the dental unit was not working at Fort Wellington Hospital for a number of days until I spoke about it, Mr. Speaker. It is painful to hear the numerous complaints of residents who cannot access services at the medical laboratory at either Fort Wellington or the Marconi hospitals. Mr. Speaker, it is always we can do this or we can do this one, but you have to go to the other hospital to get the next one done. So you find people living in Marconi have to travel to Borbees for a simple test. Likewise, persons from Borbees have to travel to Marconi. Mr. Speaker, who will give our elderly who have to go monthly or twice monthly to the hospitals Mr. Speaker, who will give our elderly who have to go monthly or twice monthly to the money to travel when the meager pension is already consumed on utility bills, sir? The Honorable Member Jafar Ali won't be able to know about this, Mr. Speaker, because apparently he has the Blue Shield healthcare plan, and as a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, he still doesn't live in the region. Mr. Speaker, permit me to remind this government of some of the things we called for as residents of the Mahaika-Borbees region in 2022 and still need. We need, Mr. Speaker, new ambulances, one to be added to those existing at both Fort Wellington and Marconi hospitals. I said this last year. In addition, 3 new ambulances which should be placed at health centers across the region at our far-flung and densely populated areas such as Rosignol, Bushlot, and Haidam in cases of emergencies, Mr. Speaker, and this is a proposal. We need, Mr. Speaker, a new state-of-the-art modern regional hospital to house all the necessary departments, sectors of healthcare services such as a functioning surgical theater, physiotherapy and radiology centers, maternity and pediatric wards, and a dialysis center. Sir, we need a fully equipped and functioning laboratory at both our hospitals. Mr. Speaker, our Amerindian brothers and sisters of Maracaibo still need a river ambulance to get them from 96 miles up the Marconi River to a hospital in cases of emergencies. Mr. Speaker, permit me to look at education in Region 5. Mr. Speaker, last year I denounced the meager increase of only $20 million added to the education delivery program for 2022 against that of 2021. However, this year is nothing better, with just a mere $22 million added, when this year's budget is over 40% of that of last year. Sir, while I believe that education is one of the main pillars for development in our society, this government and the regional administration do not believe it is. Mr. Speaker, if one child is deprived of education and a bright future, it is one too many. Sir, in the African community of Burma, particularly at Augsburg Primary School, the Honorable Jafar Ali would know about this, the children in that community continue to be deprived of their constitutional rights according to Article 27. That is proper educational facilities that is required for them to learn. Sir, the Augsburg Primary School is still without electricity since 2022. The roof is leaking as if it's a strainer. Sir, the regional administration continues to prove its incompetence and lack of ability to evenly distribute the nation's resources. In 2022, Mr. Speaker, this budget included a large portion of $101 million for the rehabilitation of the schools and living quarters, of which Augsburg Primary School living quarters were slated to be repaired. But to date, sir, that building remains in a state of disrepair, and no housing is provided for the head teacher of that school. Mr. Speaker, this is the state of the living quarters of Augsburg Primary School. This is the State Minister of Education of the Augsburg Primary School living quarters, fully covered in bush, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, apart from that, there was a recent fire at the Numbed Primary School due to faulty electrical works. Yes, we speak about biggest budget. Mr. Speaker, there is a shortage of furniture, inclusive of teachers' desks and chairs at several schools, including Fort Wellington Secondary, Number 8 Secondary, Rosignol Primary, among others throughout the region during the year 2022. This, Mr. Speaker, demonstrates this government's poor performance in management and gross incompetence. Mr. Speaker, when you examine the 2022 and 2023 capital project profile of education delivery, you would recognize, sir, that the classification is stated as critical. However, all these failures happened in a critical condition of our education sector. I wonder if the 2023 programs are truly critical or as the same as Augsburg Primary School. Mr. Speaker, the teachers and parents of Region Number 5 renewed a call for a separate building to house the Number 8 Primary School, nursery school, and remove the children that are cramped in the lower flat of the Number 8 Primary School. Mr. Speaker, this budget is vacuous, visionless, politicized, ethnicized, unfair, unethical, and benefits only the friends and elites of the PPPC to get rich and for some to get richer. Mr. Speaker, permit me to touch on public infrastructure, sea defense, and river defense. Mr. Speaker, the ordinary citizens are not mindful of the deteriorating relationship between the ministers of local government and the regional chairman of Region 5. However, sir, the effects of an unjustifiable original 2023 budget concerns them all, leaving them to suffer with little or no resources in some areas. Mr. Speaker, you would know, sir, that these proposed resources are to be spent in most areas in an unfair, ethnicized, and highly politicized manner, only catering for the communities and to benefit only the friends and families and elites of the PPPC in this much touted one Guyana. Mr. Speaker, this government returns to this House with a national budget. It failed to heed the cries of the ordinary citizens. Sir, there is a host of residents throughout the region who are suffering and need urgent repairs to be done to their streets and dams. Mr. Speaker, this government continues its rampant rage and discrimination against villages perceived to not be supporters of the PPPC government. And that's a fact, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me give you a summary of the discrimination of the Community Roads Program 2022. Sir, across 10 neighborhood democratic councils, this is the proposal of this apartheid, self-serving, racist, demonic regime. With 135 roads to be built, both asphaltic and concrete surfaces. This is the breakdown by communities, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in Blairmont, Gerland, NDC, where the PPPC controls, 9 roads are to be done out of a total of 135. In Rosignol, Zeelas, where the PPP controls, 21 roads are to be done out of 135. Mr. Speaker, in Blairmont Woodlands, Bel Air Woodlands, where the APNU AFC controls, 15 roads are to be done, Mr. Speaker. But it would appear as though, Mr. Speaker, only 1 village is in this entire NDC, because 10 roads, Mr. Speaker, will be done in number 7 village alone, where the Minister of Local Government is from, Mr. Speaker, and the NDC is left with only 4 roads for the other villages. Mr. Speaker, surprising enough, In Bath, Woodley Park, NDC, out of a total of 135 roads, 31 roads will be done in Bath alone, Mr. Speaker. One community, 31 roads, Mr. Speaker. In Union, Nasty Guide, Mr. Speaker, where the APNU AFC controls and has about 14 villages, Mr. Speaker. 25 roads will be done. That is good, Mr. Speaker. 25 roads. However, Mr. Speaker, out of those 25 roads, 23 will be done in one village called Bushlot, Mr. Speaker. And the Honorable Jaffer Ali would know that Bushlot is a support, strong base of the PPPC, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one road will be done in Hope Town and one road will be done in Trafalgar. Mr. Speaker, every time you come to this house and you speak about the racism and the discrimination against our people, they call you a racist. But Mr. Speaker, I will remain a racist once I'm defending the people of Guyana. As long as I'm dealing with the affairs of the people of Guyana, Mr. Speaker, I will be called a racist, and I have no problem with that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in Tempe Seafield, 6 roads will be done where the AP and UFC control. In Prophet Rising Sun, Mr. Speaker, where Belladrum and El Dorado falls, only 4 roads out of 135 will be done, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, in Myconia Barry, where the PPPC controls, Mr. Speaker, 9 roads will be done. Mr. Speaker, surprisingly, in Hamlet Chance, where the APNU AFC controls, with 1 PPP village, Mr. Speaker, 1 road will be done, and that road will be done, Mr. Speaker, guess where? In the village of the PPPC. Mr. Speaker, in Woodlands Farm, NDC, Mr. Speaker, where the APNU AFC control, and we control a total of 6 NDCs in Region 5, Mr. Speaker, 14 roads will be done, sir. And out of the 14 roads, Mr. Speaker, 13 of those roads will be done in the village of the regional chairman controlled by the PPPC, Mr. Speaker. That is discrimination, Mr. Speaker. That is apartheidship, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, permit me to speak about agriculture and food security. Mr. Speaker, under this sector, I was left spellbound and speechless during the already terrifying and scary almost 6 hours of presentation by the Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance, when he said, and I quote from page 28, paragraph 4.33, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, I see the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs has his light on. Honorable Minister of Home Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of clarification.
Honorable Member, on that point of clarification, there's that particular standing order. I have to seek the Speaker on the floor position.
No, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister said, when we took office in 2020, the agriculture sector was in a state of collapse as it had become a target for political vindictiveness, having been starved of financial support and subjected to particularly poor planning. Sir, the minister went on to say in his budget speech, this is tragic since agriculture is an important pillar in our oil economy and has been the base of economic activity, especially in rural communities, for decades. Mr. Speaker, I, like many Guyanese, find this statement laughable, since we all know this minister throughout his almost 6 hours of vacuous presentation found himself in the opposite corner of truth, like the rice, second paddy drying floor still to be completed in region number 5 from since 2022, and the incomplete state-of-the-art abattoir at Unfawak that is presently at foundation stage of construction, although funded started since the year 2020. Mr. Speaker, this is the state of an abattoir that was funded since 2020. Mr. Speaker, only 2 days ago, the foundation is still being dug, Mr. Speaker. This is the rate of completion. This is the fast rate of completion that the Honorable Minister of Finance speaks about when he comes to this house. And after 3 years of spending, Mr. Speaker, this abattoir is still at foundation state, Mr. Speaker. Kudos to the PPPC government, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if the Honorable Minister wants to talk about collapse, I will direct him to his government's 2022 mid-year report. That, Mr. Speaker, is a total collapse. Mr. Speaker, when sugar declines by 55.9% in 1 year after an already reduced target, that is collapse, Mr. Speaker. When rice declines by over 22.4% with no adverse weather conditions, that is collapse, Mr. Speaker. When fisheries and aquaculture decline by 19% in the same year, that is collapse, Mr. Speaker. When livestock and meat production declines despite a growing demand for animal source food products, both locally and internationally, that is collapse, Mr. Speaker. When other crops, value crops, coconuts, corn, soybeans still can't move past the phase of studies and diversification, designs and theories after billions of dollars being invested, Mr. Speaker, that is a collapse. Mr. Speaker, when Gaisuko through this government spends over $150 million on 8 non-functional cane loaders, machines placed at Albion and Blaymont Estates, and after 2 months, not one piece of cane could be picked up by these 8 non-functional machines. Mr. Speaker, that is tragic. That is a collapse, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when this government can collect an entire flock of malnourished and in some cases barren black belly sheep and boast about this, Mr. Speaker, that is a collapse. So when the PPPC government, after investing over $40 billion of taxpayers' money into Gaisuko and can't reopen one estate, Mr. Speaker, that is collapse. When sugar, Mr. Speaker, when Gaisuko, after reducing its production target over 97,000 metric tons of sugar in 2019 to a mere 57.
Honorable Member, the Honorable Minister of Agriculture is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, a point of order, section 40. The honorable member is impeding improper motive in saying that Gaisuko would have purchased 8 cane grabber, which is not true. And I ask that you apologize and withdraw that statement.
Honorable Member, the Honorable Minister is saying the information provided is not accurate. What we will do is to establish the accuracy of that. So I'm going to ask the clerk to pull up the exact words that you said and ask the minister to provide the contrary information. Go ahead now, Honorable.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and I could provide the photos of those cane loaders. Mr. Speaker, when Gaisuko, after reducing its production target from over 97,000 metric tons, Mr. Speaker, of sugar in 2019 to a mere 57 metric tons of sugar in 2022 and still failed miserably to make a single crops target, sir, must I say to the Honorable Minister, that is what defines a collapse, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, how dare the Honorable Minister come to this House to tell us about collapsing any sector in this economy when instead, Mr. Speaker, it was this Honorable Minister through his government in 2015 who left an entirely collapsing economy, Mr. Speaker, for the APNU AFC coalition to revive, Mr. Speaker, and revive is what the APNU coalition did, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the APNU government left a thriving agricultural sector in 2020. Today, sir, we see a steady decline in this sector under the hands of a PPPC government. This, Mr. Speaker, contributes to the rapid rise in cost of living, Mr. Speaker, in the sense that we are producing far less than we were 3 years ago and importing far more. Mr. Speaker, don't be bothered by the noise, Mr. Speaker. The proof, Mr. Speaker, is evident in the statistics of the 2022 mid-year report, which shows that most subsectors in the year 2022 declined, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me help them to understand their government's performance. Mr. Speaker, sugar declined. Mr. Speaker, rice declined. Fisheries and aquaculture declined. Small and other crops declined. Corn and soybean declined. Mr. Speaker, this is tragic, and this is what we call a total collapse. Mr. Speaker, while this government proudly boasts about the $4 billion allocation to Gaisuco to commence the construction of the Albion packaging plant, sir, the real argument is whether Gaisuco needs a multi-million-dollar packaging plant. Sir, Gaisuco is failing day after day, crop after crop, to produce enough sugar to be processed and packaged at its Blairmont Central factory location. Sir, I ask the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, with sugar dying, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I ask the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, with sugar dying under his watch, is this feasible for Gaisuco, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, the rice sector in 2019, according to the Guyana Rice Development Board statistics, show that Guyana produced 1,049,874 metric tons of paddy, making it the second highest rice producing achievement in Guyana's history. While region number 5 alone, Mr. Speaker, produced 454,476 metric tons of paddy, with a rice equivalent, Mr. Speaker, of 295,409 metric tons. This, Mr. Speaker, was the region's second best performance, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today the rice production is at its lowest. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, today rice production is at its lowest or its worst performance ever, with the rice sector contracting significantly since 2019. However, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister comes and stands here in this Honorable House and tries to mislead the nation as if all things are bright and beautiful.
You can say the honor impute that he's tried to mislead. You have to withdraw that.
Guided, Mr. Speaker. As if all things are bright and beautiful with the rice sector. In fact, sir, the rice sector has contracted by some 22.4%, after being projected to grow by this government by 25.1%. The reality being, sir, that rice underperformed at a rate of 47.5% in the year 2022. Mr. Speaker, that is a collapse, that is a tragedy, and that speaks of a collapse in this economy. Mr. Speaker, I challenge the Honorable Minister of Finance and Agriculture to go now, and perhaps I can go with them, Mr. Speaker, and they would see that hundreds of acres of rice land have been abandoned for over 2 crops now, Mr. Speaker. Sir, rice lands in region 5 and 6, Mr. Speaker, are left uncultivated because of the high cost of living, cost of production. Mr. Speaker, the prices for fertilizers and other chemicals have all skyrocketed. Yet in budget 2023, there is no measure to cushion this, Mr. Speaker, and to assist the hundreds of rice farmers to return to the fields of their daily living. How heartless and cruel this is to our farmers, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister lamented that his government distributed $900 million in fertilizers. But, Mr. Speaker, he did not remember to report that probably all the fertilizers were spoiled and melted. Mr. Speaker, if he didn't remember, Mr. Speaker, he can ask the Honorable Vice.
Honorable Minister, use microphone. I'm not hearing you. Your own members are not paying you the courtesy of allowing me to hear you.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, standing order 40 again. The honorable member is misleading this honorable house. In region 5, we have distributed.
Honorable Minister, you're standing on.
He's misleading
you want to
the house
provide
to
contrary information. And I have to get the honorable member to give you leave to make that point.
No,
So
Mrs.
you
Yeah,
have
but
an opportunity, to
But
present
you lying in this house. You lying. You come in lying here.
lying, misleading again, honorable members on parliamentary. Honorable member, before we recommence, honorable member Mr. Sherwin, Viceroy, I will have to get an extension for you. I did provide you with the extra time that you were interrupted. Honorable Member Ms. Ali.
Mr. Speaker, I beg that my honorable member be given almost 10 minutes, but we will stick with 5 to conclude his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. You may proceed to conclude in 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, continuing, maybe he didn't ask the Honorable Vice President what the people in Region 6 said to him, sir, or perhaps he didn't ask the Honorable Member Jafar Ali about the one man who collected all the fertilizers in Bushlot and went to the masjid and distributed same when half of the village was left.
Honorable Member, you may want to withdraw that, because I am sure our masjids don't get involved in what you're trying to impede.
Mr. Speaker, so do. Went to a special place, Mr. Speaker, and distributed the same when half of the village was left at war for not receiving any. Mr. Speaker, while I don't doubt the Honorable Minister that perhaps $900 million was spent on fertilizer, I certainly doubt that 5,160 farmers did receive, as was stated by the Minister. And if the Honorable Minister wants to prove otherwise, I challenge him, Mr. Speaker, to produce the list of those farmers and the quantity that they all receive, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, loud shouts and long speeches with no proof of accountability is not accepted in this House, Mr. Speaker. It is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I challenge the Honorable Minister to show us, Mr. Speaker, to show us the farmers that received in Belgium and Ithaca in Region 5. Show us the farmers that received in Firish and Lancaster in Region 6. Show us the farmers that received in Dartmouth and Queenstown in Region 2, Mr. Speaker. And when he does, I will personally apologize, Mr. Speaker. It is high time we expose these facts of racism, nepotism, cronyism, and friendism of this uncaring cabal called a government. Mr. Speaker, with all that being said, let me remind the Honorable Minister of some of the thriving achievements in the area of agriculture that his government inherited. Mr. Speaker, improved drainage and irrigation systems across the length and breadth of the rice belt. The coalition did it. Mr. Speaker, since 2015, the NDI has installed pumps at stations across Region 5, Region 3, Region 4, Region 5, and 6, Mr. Speaker. Several pump stations have been built and rehabilitated across the coastline at a cost of over $3 billion, Mr. Speaker. The areas benefiting from this project, and listen, Minister of Agriculture, Honorable Member, the areas benefited from this investment includes Luzignan, BV Triumph, Good Hope and its environs, Friendship, Buxton, or Stelling, Mocha, Providence, Hope, and then more in Region 4, Three Friends and Columbia, Mr. Speaker, Aberdeen, Land of Plenty, Mainstay, Lima, and Reliance in Region 2, Mr. Speaker, Bengal, Gangaram, Eversham, and Joppa in Region 6, Mr. Speaker. A new sluice was built at the Edward Village, West Coast Bobbies, to improve drainage. Mr. Speaker, the coalition did that. Mr. Speaker, the introduction of a high-yielding paddy to the farming market, it was the coalition that did that, Mr. Speaker. The introduction of new varieties of fruits, such as citrus, Mr. Speaker, that the Honorable Minister can now come and include in his budget. It is the coalition that did that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it was the coalition of the APNU AFC government that introduced the Rural Agricultural Infrastructure and Development Program called RAID, Mr. Speaker, with funding from the Caribbean Development Bank to the tune of $318 million. Mr. Speaker, in the communities of Ithaca, Mocha, Monrepo, and Buxton, benefiting hundreds of single parents, cash crop, small and medium-sized farmers who now have cultivation lands and machines with the requisite infrastructure to continue a daily living. And on this point, Mr. Speaker, I say to this uncaring government, return the machines that belong to Ithaca, return the excavators, return the graders, because it belongs to the people. Mr. Speaker, the National Drainage and Irrigation Authority Commission, listen to this, Mr. Speaker, the first amphibious excavator on May 24, 2019, the coalition did that. In the GLDA Commission, Mr. Speaker, Guyana's forest duck egg hatchery, producing approximately 850 ducklings on a hatching day. The coalition did that. The year 2017 saw the introduction of the black giant birds to the Guyana market through the Hinterland Development Program, with the handing over of 100 black giant chickens, along with the requisite startup feed and other supplies to Madia Secondary School in Region 8. Mr. Speaker,
remember, I've been signaling you to conclude, but you've been ignoring me.
Mr. Speaker, a minute to wrap up.
No, sir. You're already a minute over the 5 minutes. So you wrap up now.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I therefore propose to this government to give unto every Guyanese what is due to them. Proverbs 29, 1 and 2 says, he that being often reproved and hardeneth his neck shall suddenly be destroyed, and that without remedy. When the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice, but when the wicked beareth rule, the people mourn. Our people are mourning, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2023 is heartless, visionless, and mean, and I cannot support this budget. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Next presenter is the Honourable Member and Minister of Public Works, the Honourable Bishop Juan Edgehill, starting at 11:21.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise as part of Team PPPC to support a strategic, purpose-driven, and well-orchestrated budget to continue to promote Guyana's development, bring about transformation, modernization, and prosperity for all the people of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, I'd be very concerned that NCN and DPI did not broadcast such a presentation, because that is helpful to the PPPC. That is to indicate why the APNU AFC must never, ever get back into office. That kind of presentation. But, Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate you and the Parliament, because I'm aware that everything that is said in this House is publicly displayed for all to see. And I'm sure the DPI and NCN is also broadcasting, because these kinds of presentations, which can be fact-checked, where the people of Region 5 could stand up and say, he's not telling the truth, I live there. Where the people of Region 5 will be able to say, you're talking about Travalca Health Center, we know a new hospital is being built there. Where the people who listen to the call out of roads will be able to tell you, we know where roads were built. We live on the roads where they are built. So, thank you very much, Honorable Member, for helping the PPPC to advance its cause. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, something has been happening in this House over the last couple of days, and people have been repeating about this report released in January 2023. But, Mr. Speaker, this report was studies and research done during 2019 into 2020 during the COVID years, where people were not able to work, where they had a lockdown. Yes, it was released in 2023, but the studies were for a period when the APNU AFC held the reins of office. Mr. Speaker, I would like to bring to your attention, and Mr. Speaker, we have the report about what was taking place in Guyana during the period 1990 to 1992. I'm trying to find it back. Where the percentage of people that were undernourished and the rest of it was over 22%. By the time we got it down to 11% by 2011. That is the fact, written and published. And I could send a copy of that for you, Mr. Speaker, but I'm sure you're fully aware of it. And here it is that we're having people coming to peddle narratives, big tent behavior again. Big tent behavior. I will not play Colored Girl in the Ring. So we will have to continually, we will have to continually be addressing these inaccuracies and misconceptions. But Mr. Speaker, because these debates are going live and people are continuing to listen to this narrative that Guyana is an apartheid, racist, demonic regime. Mr. Speaker, apartheid could only exist, number one, when you have a party that is all of one race. Number two, apartheid could only exist where one race is subservient to another race. Number three, apartheid could only exist when there are legal boundaries where one race cannot go and where one race cannot go. And we are allowing in this house people to say that a government, look at this side of the house. Does this look like a party? But you know what is the problem, sir? It's reverse racism that is at work. Because if you're Afro-Guyanese and you don't follow the narrative of the PNC, you're not black. But I would like to remind this house, nobody have a transport on Bishop 1, Anthony Edgehill, or any other Afro-Guyanese that support the PPPC. In apartheid, sir, some people can't vote while others vote. They weren't allowed to vote. So I'll dismiss that for now. But Mr. Speaker, while I go through my presentation, I will take the opportunity to answer some of the other things that were being said. But I would like to start here, sir. I hold in my hands the extract from the People's Progressive Party Civic Manifesto, Infrastructure Boom, Building for the Future. Mr. Speaker, and the reason why I'm going here is because I would like to indicate to you and to the entire nation that what Dr. Ashley Singh brought to this house stands true and faithful to the social contract we made with the people of Guyana when we went to the polls, and we are fulfilling our mandate. Budget 2023, which I am being told by my colleagues in the opposition is heavy on infrastructure. Well, I've been hearing two things. We got to make up our mind which one is true. Now, all two is coming from that side of the house. The budget got slush funds to look after people that are with the PPPC. And then we hear that the budget only billing for one set of people. Well, we got to decide. We got to decide. And Mr. Speaker, let me just remind. We came to office on August 2nd, 2020, 28 months ago. And I will examine in detail what the 56 months of the APNU AFC looked like. So I will start. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2020, 56 months of the APNU AFC rule, the total appropriation for miscellaneous roads that Mr. Jordan just complained about was $8,522,000,000 for 56 months. All the roads that Mr. Jordan is complaining that he didn't, that needs to be fixed, the honorable member, that he's complaining that needs to be fixed, they had 56 months to do it. And they didn't do it. In the 28 months that the PPPC is in office, 2020, 21, and 22, we have already allocated and implemented $45 billion worth of work in miscellaneous roads. In 56 months, $8 billion. That was the lethargic, do-little state of the APNU AFC. I am happy to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that we closed 2022 where our capital budget was concerned at 89% and our current budget at 99.9%. Mr. Speaker, in the overall roads program, which included miscellaneous roads, main access roads, hinterland roads, farm-to-market roads, in the 56 months that the APNU AFC was in office, they appropriated and spent $52 billion. 52 billion. 52 billion in 56 months. The same people who are complaining about roads needs to be fixed, roads needs to be fixed, road needs to be fixed. In 28 months, the PPPC has appropriated and expended $83.9 billion. Mr. Speaker, while I'm hearing the heckling, it's the same engineers, it's the same people that was there for 56 months, are there for 28 months, but they are delivering. You know why? Because they have visionary leadership. They are delivering because they understand where Guyana needs to go. They understand that there's a government that is looking after people and not looking after themselves. That is the difference. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2023 makes allocations for about $136 billion that will be spent on roads and bridges. But Mr. Speaker, while I seek to tell you what we will do with the monies that have been appropriated, let me tell you about our scorecard of what has transpired. Since we are in office, in 2020, when we came into office between October when we had a budget to December, we did 4 coastal bridges. In 2021, we did 14 coastal bridges, moving them from wood to concrete. In 2022, Mr. Speaker, we completed 13 coastal bridges. 45 hinterland bridges are currently under construction, moving from wood to concrete, being built to international standards. And Mr. Speaker, we have maintained more than 40 other bridges. In terms of miscellaneous roads, in 2020, we did 80 kilometers of community roads, miscellaneous roads. In 2021, we built 117 kilometers. In 2022, we built 290 kilometers of community roads. That's what this PPPC did. Mr. Speaker, in terms of urban roads and drainage, in 2020, the 3 months that we came in, we did 6.37 kilometers. In 2021, we continued our program with 3.6 kilometers. In 2022, we built 18.13 kilometers of roads in the city and in the towns, urban centers. Mr. Speaker, I would not do justice to my team at the Ministry of Public Works if I did not say congratulations to our Special Projects Unit. In 2020, in our maintenance of roads program, we did 175 kilometers of road. In 2021, we did 420 kilometers. In 2022, we did 520 kilometers. Are you seeing the magnitude of what is taking place as it relates to Guyana's development? In terms of rehabilitation of main access roads, we did 6 kilometers in 2020. In 2021, we did 15 kilometers. In 2022, we did 23 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, and I have a report card for Mr. Ronald Cox, who sought to chastise the Ministry of Public Works concerning Region 1. I will come to what we did in Region 1 just now. But in terms of hinterland roads, in terms of concrete roads, in 2020 we did 1.5 kilometers. Asphaltic roads, 1 kilometer. Laterite roads, 21 kilometers. And maintenance work on 180 kilometers. That's from October to December. In 2021, in terms of concrete roads, we did 1 kilometer. Asphaltic roads, 1 kilometer. Laterite roads, 145 kilometers. And maintenance work on 400 kilometers. In 2022, in terms of concrete roads, we did 4 kilometers. Asphaltic roads, 9 kilometers. Laterite roads, 90 kilometers. And maintenance, 340 kilometers. That's what we did in the hinterland communities. As it relates to sea and river defenses, sir, which I'm hearing a lot of buzz about, we're not protecting the sea and all the rest, the country from the sea. In terms of construction, we did 5.4 kilometers of work in 2022. We rehabilitated 1 kilometer, and we maintained 81.8 kilometers of our sea and river defenses. That's what we've been doing. As it relates to our hinterland airstrips, we have been maintaining and bringing improvement, and you will see when I come to what we'll be doing in 2023. Mr. Speaker, just a few days ago, last week, Friday I think it was, I was in Blackbush Polder. And I'm pleased to announce to you, sir, that since we came to office, we have already did rehabilitation to 10 kilometers of the Blackbush Polder Road. 10 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member, Mr. Cox, said that 2 roads, some Barbino Swamp Road and the road to Wangna, is not done. The fact of the matter is, sir, these are roads under construction. These are roads under construction. But I hold in my hands a report card that cannot be matched by anything that the APNU did in their 56 months. 23 projects in all of Region 1, which includes Wangna and the Barbino Swamp Road, totaling $1.7 billion of works in Region 1. That is the reality. Mr. Speaker, this year, because of our track record of implementation and getting things done, I'm humbled that the Ministry of Finance was able to make the representation to Cabinet to approve that the Ministry of Public Works would receive a total of $158.2 billion to execute works, both capital and current expenditure. And I would like to express my gratitude to my longtime colleague and friend, Dr. Ashley Kumar Singh, for his partnership. And I would also like to express to the team at the Ministry of Finance our deep gratitude and appreciation on behalf of the team at the Ministry of Public Works for working with us to ensure that Guyana's development and transformation and modernization is not stymied, but rather accelerated. Somebody where we mash brakes, but we mashing the accelerator. We know which pedal to put our foot on. We mashing the accelerator because the people of Guyana are impatient. They want development. They want development. They want Guyana to modernize, and that's what we are doing, and we will deliver for them. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Public Works have a number of agencies that are part of our team. When we came to government, sir, the Transport and Harbors Department was one of the departments that was struggling. Let me explain, Mr. Speaker. For the period 2015 to 2020, no NIS contributions were made for the staff of the Transport and Harbors Department. I am pleased to announce to you today, Mr. Speaker, that the arrears of $470 million have been paid off, and any staff at Transport and Harbors Department could now get their benefits. And that's what the PPPC has done for the people of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, not only was NIS not remitted, not even the union dues, not even the union dues that was deducted was paid to the union. Mr. Speaker, we are pleased to announce that all the arrears of union dues have been paid up and we are now out of the red. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to indicate that while PAYE was deducted, it was not paid over to GRA. I'm happy to announce that we've been paying the backlog. We are current and up to date, and the people of the Transport and Harbors Department could now get their records in order. That is what we've been doing. But Mr. Speaker, the success story of the Transport and Harbors Department don't stop there. We have dry docked every single vessel and rehabilitated them, things that were not done for years. The Kanawan, the Sabanto, the Kimbio, the Makaura, the Malali. Mr. Speaker, you are aware that we have instituted an additional trip on a daily basis to the Perico-Supanam route. So we are now making more trips between Perico and Supanam. And we got a miracle. We have burnt less than 80,000 gallons less in fuel. How could you be operating a boat, more trips, and less fuel? So the hustle of the fuel hustlers have come to an end. Mr. Speaker, we have instituted ferry pass. So the long lines, the alleged corruption that took place, but who could get on first and who could get on second, has all now come to an end. People could book online and they could get to their destination knowing that they could get there and come back.
Honorable member, I've been cautioning about corruption every day, and this is the first time. Please take that one out.
I'm so guided, sir. My apologies.
Because it's an acknowledgement that there's corruption in Puerto Rico. But go ahead.
I'm so guided, sir. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, we have moved 440,754 passengers, an increase of 28.74%. Mr. Speaker, we have moved 102,634 vehicles, an improvement of 1.79%. We have moved 218,892 tons of cargo, an increase over 2021 of 30.7%. Mr. Speaker, we are happy to announce and let the House know that the MV Melissa has already departed Kolkata. It's on a submersible barge. en route to Port of Spain, where she will sail into Port Georgetown in the first quarter of 2023. Mr. Speaker, the Maritime Administration Department, which is the regulatory body and has been tasked with bringing about improvements and even making interventions as it relates to our new oil and gas sector, which largely exists more than 270 kilometers offshore Guyana. Mr. Speaker, we have continued to establish safety and navigational aids in all of the rivers of Guyana. Quite recently, we signed a contract for the removal of 17 wrecks in our various rivers so as to ensure safety while people are traversing these rivers. Mr. Speaker, we have expended another $293 million to effect the docking and rehabilitation of the administration vessels, the Seamang, the dumb barge, the split barge, the hopper barge, and the pilot boats, M.L. Thompson and M.L. David P. I showed these in the house, David P. And the acquisition of spares. This year, MARID will continue to promote its safety and navigational programs. One of the things that MARID has done that I'm sure even members of the opposition will be pleased about, is the initiative we have purchased and distributed life jackets to people in the riverine communities, all of the operators of the boats and their sailors, because we want safety on our waterways. We did not just depend upon the operators that you buy, you buy, you buy. We took the initiative. We bought and we distributed. Mr. Speaker, the Guyana Civil Aviation Authority continues to recover from the COVID period, and they have been doing exceptionally well, both as it relates to the air navigational services, as well as facilitating and licensing new aircraft and new airlines into Guyana. For the people of Guyana, I would like to report to you that as it relates to domestic flights out of Ogle, we have climbed to 15,553. Sorry, sir. Domestic freight has climbed to 15,553 metric tons, and it grew by 51%. Overall international passenger movement, a total of 710,564 international passengers were transported through both of the countries' international airports, Eugene Corai International Airport, as well as the Cheddi Jagan International Airport. We continue to move more people, and we continue to move more cargo. The air navigational services, we provided to 74,453 aircraft during the period January to December 2022.
Introducing period reminds me that your time is up and you'll need an extension, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask that my honorable colleague be given time to conclude his presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Teixeira. Honorable Minister Edgell, you have 5 minutes to continue and wrap up.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, as it relates to the Cheddi Jagan International Airport, you'll recall that Guyana was among the first to reopen its international airport in the period of COVID, and without any regret, we were able to do well, and we have seen phenomenal growth. There were 4,141 international landings in 2022, an increase of 34% over 2021. We had 3,094, we moved from 3,094 jet landings to 4,144, and that was mainly due to additional flights from Fly Always, Caribbean, inter-Caribbean flights, additional airlines that started operating. We were able to put on additional seats, amounted to 1,093,994 compared to 624,152 for the period 2021. So the amount of seats available grew, and this represented a 75% increase. The Chedijagan International Airport continues to manage well financially. They've closed the year with a surplus of about $1.7 billion. New airlines are servicing, sir, and I guess if everyone opened the newspapers of today, coincidentally, they have seen that the modern new air bridges that could now accommodate both Code D and Code E type aircrafts are on the front page of 2 dailies today. And that means that we are ready for flights like the British Airways, which will be operating in the first quarter of this year. Guyana National Shipping Corporation, sir, continues to do well. And I must indicate, sir, that through the National Shipping Corporation, they have seen 7,120 vehicles come through that port alone during the year 2022, an average of 791 vehicles for average, because this is over a 9-month period since they were able to engage this contract. We're continuing to work with them. Cement, stone, fertilizers, things that are needed for Guyana's development. That facility continues to provide service. The government's electrical inspectorate continues to provide service to the people of Guyana. And last year, they inspected some 8,441 new circuits and meters, whether for temporary works or for household use. And this is a good indication of what is happening in the housing sector and in the commercial sector, the demand that is taking place. Mr. Speaker, allow me my last few minutes to talk about the major projects that are taking place, of which Budget 2023 will finance. A new office complex for government offices with the possibility of accommodating some 6,000 workers, consolidating government offices into one place to ensure we deliver great efficiency, and moving away from the multiple buildings that have to be maintained and some rented to bring about greater levels of efficiency. Mr. Speaker, you are aware that we are advancing that 2.8 kilometers of that 4-lane high-span concrete bridge across the Demerara River. That contract is advancing. Mr. Speaker, the construction of the 4-lane highway along the railway embankment starting at David Street all the way into Orange Nassau, and the development of the continuation of the East Coast Road from Belfield to Orange Nassau is catered for in Budget 2023. With the coming of the new ferry, MV Melissa, we have started the construction of 2 new wharves, one at Kingston and one at Port Kaituma, to be able to adequately cater for the roll-on, roll-off type nature of this ferry. And further will have to be advanced at Mabaruma as well as Marawana. Mr. Speaker, the Linden-Mabura Road is in swing. I recall standing in this house and criticizing this while we while we were in opposition that we left this project. And every time this project came up for discussion in a budget debate, it was just about two jobs, the consultants. I'm happy to announce that currently, the last report as of January 20th, 144 Guyanese are employed working on the Linden-Mabura Road. There's a mobilization of more than 176 pieces of equipment that is actively engaged in that road. Mr. Speaker, I would like to assure the people of Guyana that Team PPPC, under the guidance of His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali and the other cabinet, guiding the Ministry of Public Works, we will continue to do all that is necessary for the modernization, transformation, and development of Guyana. And our commitment, sir, is to serve all the people without discrimination. We will not be manipulated by criticisms to give preferential treatment to prove any point to anyone. We will continue to work with our objective criteria in ensuring that in the delivery of services, people who never had, people who never benefit, and people who didn't benefit will now begin to benefit first while we bring benefit to all the people of Guyana. I thank you, and I pray that we will have a successful year 2023. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Edgehill. And now for the Honorable Member, Mr. Senior Counsel, Mr. Roysdale Ford.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today cognizant of the expectation on our shoulders from those who sent us to this honorable house to represent their interests and ensure that as Guyanese, that they all can benefit from the nation coffers based on need and the creation of opportunities, utilizing the principles of equity and equality. We may be on opposite sides of the house, Mr. Speaker, because of who elected us as their representatives, but I can assure you that the ordinary Guyanese represented on both sides of the house desire to be an equal part of society and benefit likewise. This is not only a task, but a responsibility which we must deliver without fear, favor, or ill will. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to do this in earnest and due diligence, because a country this wealthy has no excuse not to deliver in equal measures to all the people. The budget is serious business. It ensconces the financial management of the country for 2023 and what measures or lack thereof government has provided as a pathway or a hindrance, particularly for the ordinary Guyanese man who rely on us to create opportunities for them to thrive. We are reminded by Derek Hamilton, Professor of Economics and Urban Policy, that there are other ways, and I quote, to define economic value and traditional measures have not captured what is first and foremost our most treasured asset in the world, which is people. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, critical examination, assessment, and dissection of this budget in relation to the rights, needs, and welfare of all Guyanese are imperative before arriving at a decision whether this budget is national or partisan. Mr. Speaker, some 43 years ago, the nation transitioned from a constitution given to us by our former colonial master to a constitution which was indigenous and reflective of the aspirations, hopes, and ideals of all the Guyanese people. Indeed, we would recall that no one other than Dr. Cheddi Jagan himself declared that he found nothing really wrong with the 1980 Constitution. Articles 24, 26, and 27, for example, confer the right of free medical attention and social care in the case of old age and infirmity, free education from nursery to university, and the right to proper housing accommodation. Mr. Speaker, the constitutional commitment to social and economic rights, as stated in the aforementioned articles of the Constitution, were never intended to be barren, sterile, or arid legal provisions.
They were meant to be state obligations which underpin the nation of Guyana. In 2016, Mr. Speaker, the Partnership for National Unity signed the oil production sharing agreement to ensure and guarantee a prosperous and stable economic future for all the Guyanese people. Despite the PPP much maligning the oil production agreement, it is the basis of the economic growth that the PPP now seeks to falsely claim as its own and is now grossly mismanaging. What is really owned by the PPPC, Mr. Speaker, is a grave deterioration in the quality of life of most Guyanese, increased poverty, increased hunger, low wages, high crime, ever-increasing unemployment, especially among the youth, low pension, malnutrition, and little or no meaningful attention to the elderly, aged, and infirm. However, Mr. Speaker, the PPP budgets certainly have one thing in common. That is the failure to introduce a vision and a plan for all Guyanese, consistent with our motto of one people, one nation, one destiny. Mr. Speaker, they expose the ugly underbelly of structural discrimination, evident in the growing income gap between the haves and the have-nots, the few beneficiaries of the PPPC's One Guyana and the vast majority of Guyanese. The economic decay is reflective of the decay in the quality of citizens' legal rights and their opportunities to access for their own economic empowerment. It remains today, Mr. Speaker, relevant as stated by Linden Forbes Sampson Burnham in his speech, A Vision of the Cooperative Republic, that this nation must be cognizant, and I quote, of social needs and wants in creating a just society for the people of Guyana, end of quote. He stated also, Mr. Speaker, that a just society cannot be achieved unless the majority of people, the masses, the little men, have a full share in the ownership and control of the economy. Mr. Speaker, apart from the PPPC's One Guyana, the majority of the people, the masses, the little men and women have not benefited from the oil economy, nor have they seen their quality of life positively impacted. Since 2020, the economy has grown. It has grown, Mr. Speaker, 43.5%, 20.1%, 62.3%, and projected to grow in 2023 some 25.2%. But it's amazing, Mr. Speaker, that the Honorable Minister has been unable to point to any ownership by the little men and women and their families in the ownership and control of the economy. We call upon this government, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that the government provide mechanisms for ordinary Guyanese to own and control the economy. The stable inflation rates from 2016 to 2020, despite high levels of economic growth under our side of this Honorable House, saw greater spending power of the Guyanese people, greater rates of saving, and lowering of poverty. To this, the nation owes and holds gratitude to the prudential stewardship of the former Minister of Finance, Winston Jordan, President David Granger, Prime Minister Nagamutu, and the ministers of that government. Mr. Speaker, inflation has rapidly increased under the PPPC from 2020 to 21 when compared with the APNU's period of governance. In 2016 to 2020, inflation was 1.4%, 1.5%, 1.6%, 2.1%, and 0.9% respectively. During the PPPC's period, Mr. Speaker, it's recorded as 5.79 and 9.4 in 2021 and 2022, respectively, and is expected to be 3.8% in 2023. Mr. Speaker, the high inflation and high prices are wreaking havoc in this country, and this government must bear full and accept full responsibility for this. The PPP budget offers no prospects for equitable economic and social transformation, which is now more necessary than ever for the people to prosper in an economy identified as the world's fastest growing. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister, in his budget presentation, omitted to provide us with any information on the human development of the Guyanese people. I submit that the deteriorating quality of life of most Guyanese since 2020, the minister thought it prudent in this oil-rich economy to hide the facts. But facts are stubborn and cannot be hidden. Mr. Speaker, you would have heard how perturbed they are when we mention
the Food and Agricultural Organization report. They want to say that it's a report done during the period of the APNU AFC. But, Mr. Speaker, what cannot be denied is that for the last 31 years of government in this country, these fellows over there have been in government for 26 years. The problem is their failure to effectively...
You know better. These fellows over there.
Sorry, Your Honor. These honorable fellows, Your Honor. These honorable members have been unable to effectively deal with the issues, Your Honor. That is why, Mr. Speaker, the report says that around 43% of Guyana's population cannot afford a healthy diet. Mr. Speaker, they may not like it, but this is the fruits of their governance for 26 of the last 31 years. Mr. Speaker, this certainly isn't the quality of life any caring government would desire for people or flippantly speak about. Guyana, the PPP is spending billions on infrastructure and has forgotten our struggling working class, single parents, youth, ordinary families, farmers, fisher folk, the elderly, our brothers and sisters in the indigenous communities. Our people are suffering under the heavy, rising cost of living caused by this government with their poor fiscal policies, tearing into every pot and pan of every Guyanese home across the country. This government has become disconnected from suffering families, and this can be seen in the more than 100-fold increase in prices for the period January to December 2022. Ordinary items, Mr. Speaker. Cabbage has increased by 130%, pumpkin by 185%, edos by 150%, eggs by 82%, borers by 183%, pak choy by 166%. This is what the Guyanese people are facing. The facts, Mr. Speaker, the prices of basic commodities have increased at a pace that now outstrips income of any sort, whether salary, whether wages, whether pensions. Social and economic equalities are increasing for the vast majority of Guyanese, yet the budget has failed to address these. This must be a source of shame on the president, it must be a source of shame on the finance ministry, and certainly a source of shame on the government. What the honorable minister has failed to address also in the budget is Guyana's score on the Human Capital Index, which reveals some frightening matters, Mr. Speaker. It discloses that 97% of our children survive to age 5. Increasing levels of non-communicable disease contribute to only 79% of our 18-year-olds potentially surviving to age 60, with only 3/4 of our 15-year-old boys reaching 60. You would agree, Mr. Speaker, these are disturbing statistics. The health and longevity of our people are critical for the nation's development. Likewise, the survival of both sexes to ensure procreation, family stability, and growth. 12% of our children under 5 suffer from chronic malnutrition, twice the rate in the interior of Guyana. The maternal mortality rate is now 229 per 100,000 live births, one of the highest rates in the region. The healthcare professional to population ratio is 31 physicians and nurses to 10,000 of our population. Suicide rates continue to be high, with Guyana still having one of the highest rates in the Caribbean, 30.2 suicides per 100,000 persons. We on this side of the House believe that the government must increase in real time and real terms allocations to education and health, and these must be directed to the quality delivery of necessary resources, training, and recruiting competent personnel. Mr. Speaker, the recent announcement by the government that it is against the cash transfer because it cannot afford it has no basis in evidence other than the partisan desire to keep the poor, vulnerable persons from benefiting from our oil wealth, therefore increasing the poverty gap. Cash transfers must not only be paid to the poor and vulnerable based on needs, but to every household as recommended by Guyana's and the regional's premier labor economist, Professor Clive Thomas. The PPP, despite rapidly worsening the economic circumstances in Guyana since 2020, decrease in poverty and the abundance of oil resources, have failed to expand and overhaul the social safety net.
The government must at once provide unemployment grants, establish a social safety net that addresses the circumstances of young children, young persons, elders, and women in our society. Mr. Speaker, among the travesties still occurring in Guyana is the persistent failure by the government to make wages and salaries livable and to respect the constitutional right to collective bargaining for all unionized workers in the public service, or where the government is a shareholder. I believe this government must act now and move to the bargaining table with the trade unions to achieve increased wages and salaries and improve conditions of work reflective of an oil and gas economy. The government has failed to deliver on its elections campaign's promise of a 50% increase to all public servants after more than 2 years in government. Unilaterally tossing less than 20% increase in wages and salaries to public servants in 3 years is as discriminatory as it can get. In 2020, public servants received nothing. In 2021, they were tossed a 7% taxable increase, and in 2022, an 8% taxable increase. This is unacceptable. What is needed for the small man in this country, Mr. Speaker, is a helping hand up, not the government's boot on his neck. Mr. Speaker, when the government boasts of development to the people, this development is meaningless if it is not accessible to our people. In instances where the government is seeking to establish housing development, citizens are being asked to pay exorbitant sums of money on unlivable wages and salaries. The locations of these areas are far removed from persons' workplaces and their children's schools. Persons also can't get to locations where these houses are going up neither because they cannot afford to purchase a car. It is a situation of one step forward and many steps backward. The situation will get worse if we do not value the importance of progressive infrastructural development and building communities which are accompanied by the requisite amenities and services. And even though we are seeking to break free of poverty by the seemingly supportive opportunities that exist, they remain shackled by policies that do not empower them either. Mr. Speaker, I believe that we can afford to build quality houses for the ordinary Guyanese man and woman. The construction of these must come from small contractors, primarily the marginalized communities of our society. This is a plan that will give the small man an opportunity to escape poverty. The government is also facilitating the massive transfer of state wealth and awarding huge contracts to the identified One Guyana. Flagrant disregard for the public sector workers and the vulnerable in our midst continues despite evidence of the vast economic disparities and the repeated advice to pursue political inclusion and shared prosperity. Even the Joe Biden administration had urged this government to act responsibly. In the world's fastest growing economy, the government ignores that 49% of the people are living in poverty. 48% of the population is existing on less than $1,200 Guyana dollars a day. And it is in this Guyana that pensioners are expected to survive on $33,000 per month with today's cost of living. These groups, which represent the majority of Guyana, get no direct benefit from living in the fastest or the fifth fastest growing, depending on what the president says, economy. Only the One Guyana, that special One Guyana, is benefiting from this growth. Mr. Speaker, this budget is anti-family. It has given the small man nothing, nothing to survive on, nothing to live on, nothing to hope for. As families are stretching themselves thin on small incomes, the government has been withdrawing billions from the Natural Resource Fund. But these sums have had no direct impact on the ordinary lives of the people. 3 times last year, the government dipped into the fund. In May, for $200 million was withdrawn. In July, another $200 million, and this month, $207.6 million. In 2022, Guyana earned more than $1 billion in oil and gas revenue, more than $150 million in royalty, and the economy grew by more than 60%. By no stretch of the imagination, Mr. Speaker, is Guyana a poor country, but yet poverty is pervasive with a widening economic disparity and government indifference. My fellow Guyanese, we would like the government to address its mind, assuming it has a mind and a heart, to the philosophical underpinning of Aristotle's theory, and I quote, "Poverty is the parent of revolution and crime. Aristotle is referenced, Mr. Speaker, merely to direct attention to the causative effects of deprivation and what we must do as representatives of our people to address this. The reappearance of street executioners and extrajudicial killings are symptomatic of the social decay and the return of the breakdown in law and order. Mr. Speaker, these indicators do not augur well for the stability of our people and our beloved country, Guyana. 2 days before the budget presentation, Guyanese were shocked at the news of the gunning down of Delon Josiah at his home, in his bedroom, at Perseverance on the east bank of Demerara. Days earlier, Anthony Charles, called Skiddy, of Leopold Street, was gunned down in broad daylight. This assembly cannot ignore these untoward happenings in our streets, either by rogue officers and or by civilians, threatening the safety and security of us all. It is not the national development, Mr. Speaker, when the PPP continues to ensure that significant and transformative projects are only landed in their geopolitical strongholds, a continuation of what continued and obtained during the previous terms in office. Guyanese are aware that the hospitality training complex is identified for Port Moran, the gas to shore at Wales, the packaging plant in Edmore, and the list goes on and on. There have been no similar economic transformational projects, as far as we know, slated anywhere near communities represented and dominated by supporters of the opposition. This is the president's One Guyana, and this should certainly offend our sense of national consciousness. The largest budget in the history of the nation deliberately avoids meaningful funding to the predominantly black civil service and discipline services. I can say more, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the attention is now going to be directed to the travesty in Cane View, Mocha, in which the police was used by the executive of this country to prevent their fellow Guyanese from protecting their homestead and belongings. It's beside the point, Mr. Speaker, whether they were asked to remove or offered support to move. Mr. Speaker, will the other side of this assembly initiate this very public policy to clear the Grove to Diamond East Bank reserves, which will ease traffic congestion in the East Bank corridor? This legislature, this lawmaking branch of this government, in which sits the executives, members, knows that homeowners, be they described as squatters or otherwise, have rights. No government should demolish persons' homes and properties without engagement, providing them with comparative opportunities for relocation and securing their hard-earned possessions and investments. Mr. Speaker, the United Nations Commission on Human Rights, the Subcommission on Prevention of Discrimination and the Protection of Minorities report illuminated the 12 misconceptions and misunderstandings of the right to housing. The report dispelled the notion of squatters being criminals and unworthy of meaningful engagement and respect. Indeed, our Constitution, Article 154 of the Constitution, demands and calls upon every state organization to respect the rights arising under international treaties. Lest it be forgotten, we were elected here to represent our people, and this representation must be to the benefit of all the Guyanese people. The PPP continues in this regard to fall woefully short. The government's inattentiveness to the people is also reflected in its treatment of the judiciary. Not only has President Irfan Ali failed to respond to the Honorable Leader of the Opposition's, Mr. Aubrey Norton's letter agreeing to the substantive appointments of Mrs. Janet Cummings Edwards and Mrs. Roxanne George Wilshire Senior Counsel as Chancellor and Chief Justice respectfully, consistent with Article 127 of our Constitution, he has failed to ensure that the judiciary has been conferred with the required human resources to dispense justice in a timely manner. Initiation by the President of the required consultation with the Leader of the Opposition for the appointment of confirmed officers must happen forthwith. Mr. Speaker, the judiciary demands immediate attention, and I believe the dilly-dallying must end. The situation is dire, and the government's dereliction of duty was politely addressed by the acting Chancellor, Justice Cummings Edwards, when she said, and I quote, "We need more judges. We need the Judicial Service Commission to be established ASAP as soon as possible.
We are facing increased caseloads. Judges are now overburdened. They are exhausted. They are nearly worn out, and they are in some cases burned out, end of quote. Undoubtedly, Justice Cummins felt compelled to remind the executive, and I quote again, "We do not need a rhetoric. We need more laborers. We need the judges. We've been hearing time and time again about the JSC soon to be established. We would like to see the implementation and the establishment of the Judicial Service Commission." Mr. Speaker, as an officer of the court and a member of this House, and my fellow colleague, Honorable Member Anil Nandalal, Senior Counsel, he ought to be advised, and I do advise him, to render proper advice to the President, to ensure that the executive honors its obligations to the judicature. All are aware that justice delayed is denied, and the morale of the members of the judiciary is tied to the employment stability and the proper conditions under which they dispense justice. Mr. Speaker, a review of the budget disclosed that all the essential characteristics of the Dutch disease, it certainly discloses it, Mr. Speaker. None other than Mr. Geoffrey De Silva, a PPPC comrade, has waved the red flag in our faces. He identifies the manifestation of the Dutch disease in 4 spheres. These are the political, financial, economic, and social. The characteristics are there's political instability and increase into ethnic rivalry. National institutions are weak, ineffectual, and corrupt. The people have less say in government. The government is overdependent on oil income for its revenues. There's unrestrained public spending. Crude oil are a very large part of the exports. There's little economic diversification, and the competitiveness of the non-oil sectors, including agriculture and manufacturing, is declining. All types of crime are increasing. Professionals are paid low salaries compared to foreign professionals. The education system produces the wrong graduates, and it is tailored to bureaucracy instead of productive sectors. There's a brain drain, and there's no limit on the foreign number of employees in the country. Political office holders are paid highly, while workers and farmers earn relatively low income. These are the views of their own Geoffrey De Silva. That is exactly the situation in Guyana, Mr. Speaker. The pages in this budget reveal that government's overdependence on oil income, and there's no restraint in public spending. Mr. Speaker, we heard from the Minister of Finance that the major non-oil sectors of the economy are indeed declining. Mr. Speaker, we heard, and the country heard from the Honorable Minister, that crime is increasing. Guyana is now ranked at level 3 by the USA Travel Advisory, which is a message to avoid traveling to Guyana due to the increase of crime. A recent survey indicated Guyanese prefer to migrate than rather to stay here in Guyana. It is my view, Mr. Speaker, we can prevent the ravages of the Dutch disease, but the socio-economic process must change from exclusion to inclusion. This could be sensibly done through Article 13 of the Constitution, which provides the basis for inclusive governance, shared prosperity, peace, and social cohesion. Before I take my leave, Mr. Speaker, it's timely, I believe, to remind this House that Premier Forbes Burnham in 1964 said, "All the people of this country are important, whether they belong to a large group or a small group. The Amerindians are important, the Chinese are important, the Portuguese are important, the Europeans are important, the mixed races are important, the Africans are important, the Indians are important. In short, all Guyanese are important and valued members of our community. We cherish them and consider them, and it is the duty and privilege of government to guard and protect and further the real interests of all." These words, Mr. Speaker, articulate the desire of every Guyanese, and they were more evident on the 26th of May when the then Minority Leader Dr. Chetty Jagan and Prime Minister Forbes Burnham embraced us as Guyana, embraced a new nation to lay the indigenous foundation of inclusivity, equality, and equity. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, following members of this House, Honorable House, it's being proposed that we do the honorable thing and scrap this budget. together along with the national stakeholders, let us conceptualize a vision for all Guyana and put a spending plan in place to reflect all Guyana, not one Guyana, and return to this honorable House to unanimously approve a national budget that secures the rights and interests and prosperity of all Guyana. I'm sure my colleagues on this side of the House and those on the government side who believe that all Guyanese are important will not oppose a national vision, a national economic plan that is inclusive, which would give hope to all Guyana and the aspirational flame of our founding fathers and mothers for one people, one nation, one destiny. It remains as bright today as it was the dawn of independence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member, Mr. Ford, and completing the morning or the pre-lunch presentations is the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, the Honorable Zulfikar Mustafa. Minister, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I rise to support my colleague and brother with responsibility for finance, the senior minister, and his team for the formulation of a budget that is transformative, dynamic, and comprehensive. Mr. Speaker, this budget will address the socio-economic transformation of our country and continue to fortify the government's One Guyana vision. Mr. Speaker, what was presented by my colleague, Honorable Minister of Finance, is concrete evidence that our government's policy is forward-looking. Mr. Speaker, there can be no doubt that Guyana is positively transforming at breathtaking pace. This rapid development is outpacing our brothers and sisters in the region in some Caribbean countries. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, we have been ranked the second fastest growing economy even without oil in the world. Mr. Speaker, this country is in the international spotlight for good reason and is much sought after investment destination, a far cry from just 2.5 years ago under the coalition when it was classified as a place of doom, gloom, hopelessness, and its people devoid of confidence. Mr. Speaker, this transformation that we are witnessing didn't happen by magic. It took visionary leadership of the People's Progressive Party civic government and the prudent management of the country's resources to make it happen. Mr. Speaker, it took that visionary approach to craft budgets since taking office in 2020 to realize and sustain this unprecedented development. Budgets are the fiscal means to deliver this transformative development for the benefit of all Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, budgets are means of us delivering on our promises, and we on this side, on the House, are delivering on promises that we went to the Guyanese people with. But Budget 2023 ensures that we will continue to deliver on those promises that we have made. Mr. Speaker, we have witnessed a number of events in our country's history. Since we took government in 2020, we have seen a number of events that took place in our country. And let us imagine for one moment, Mr. Speaker, if the APNU AFC was in office during this time, what would have happened to Guyanese and Guyana? The entire country would have been in serious consequences. But today, Mr. Speaker, when we speak today, the region listens. We have brought back credibility, and we are now leading agriculture in the Caribbean. The entire Caribbean are looking forward to the leadership of His Excellency President Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali. And Mr. Speaker, with that portfolio that our President holds, we have seen a renewed interest in agriculture in the Caribbean. Countries that solely depend on tourism are now moving to transform their economy into the agriculture sector because they see the future in agriculture. We have seen what took place during the last 2.5 years, during the pandemic. We have seen many countries that have large sums of money were unable to procure food for the population. And we in Guyana here are very fortunate because with the prudent management, with the investment that we have invested, we are able to produce 60% of the food that we are consuming. And Mr. Speaker, I am hearing that my colleagues over there are saying 100%. We will reach there. And when in my speech, I will let them know how we'll be going there because I have a plan, unlike them. I have a plan for the agriculture sector. And Mr. Speaker, they could beat their breath. They could beat their breath, they could beat their chest. But don't deny the fact that the non-oil economy performed credibly excellent by performing 11.5% in the GDP. And in that, agriculture contributed almost 9% to our GDP. So they can come with all kinds of statements. They can come with all kinds of untruth. They could come with all kinds of misinformation. That doesn't deny the fact that our country economic growth, especially in the agriculture sector, was excellent. Mr. Speaker, as I said, we have seen the energetic leadership on the regional front by our president. We are seeing that our president is leading the charge to reduce the food import bill of CARICOM by 25% in 2025. Guyana was the first country in CARICOM that hosted a successful agri-investment and expo last year, May. And with that, we have seen many investors and financiers coming to Guyana to invest in the agriculture sector. Mr. Speaker, the special ministerial task force that was set up by the heads of government, who is leading that? Yours truly is the chair of the ministerial task force of CARICOM. Guyana is leading that. Guyana is leading that charge. That showed how the CARICOM countries are looking to Guyana. That showed the confidence that Guyana now is experiencing, Guyana now is enjoying by our CARICOM brothers and sisters. Mr. Speaker, I might have to change my prepared speech because of certain misinformation that was brought to this House. And yesterday, Mr. Speaker, we heard the honorable member, as a matter of fact, the first day of the budget speech, I heard the honorable member, Ms. Amanza Walter Desir, said that we have destroyed the sugar industry. She doesn't know about sugar. Probably she knows about sugar to drink in her coffee or tea. The honorable member, Kemraj Ramjatan, said we destroy the sugar industry. And that has been the mantra of the APNU AFC. Mr. Speaker, when you look at what took place under the APNU AFC, when you look at Ramjatan's right size, what are you talking about, honorable member? Mr. Speaker, he seems to have some problems. He seems to have some problems with I will get the facts just now. I will have the facts. But Mr. Speaker, Mr. Ramjatan went to WIM. Honorable member, Mr. Ramjatan went to the WIM rally, told the sugar workers there that the sugar industry is ingrained in Barbados economy, that the sugar industry is important for, for Region 6. As a result of that, they will not close any in any factory, and they will increase the workers' salary by 20%. That is the minister, or Mr. Ramjatan said. Mr. Speaker, as I said, we have seen what happened and who destroyed this industry. Mr. Speaker, I want to say, in 2014, listen to this, in 2014, when we left government, Gaisuco was producing 216,352 metric tons.
Honorable member, just give me a moment. Honorable members, we had 3 presentations that everyone gave a certain modicum of respect to. And clearly, the Minister of Agriculture is exciting a lot of attention to himself. Please allow him the courtesies that the other members had this morning.
So, Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, that in 2014, when we left government, the industry was producing 216,352 metric tons. It moved from 216,352 metric tons in 2014 to 92,256 metric tons in 2019. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, or 2015, Mr. Speaker, Skeldon Estate produced 39,157 metric tons. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, Skeldon Estate produces 31,782 metric tons. They went to the parliament. The former member then, the AFC leader, Honorable Trotman, boasted that they have turned around the industry and sugar will prosper. Mr. Speaker, in 2017, production fell to 14,000 tons, and that was the end of Skeldon Estate, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, Upton AFC abandoned 4 sugar estates, put 7,000 sugar workers on the breadline when they were enjoying 100% increase. The same time they took their salary increase, they dismissed 7,000 sugar workers. Mr. Speaker, today we have employed approximately 1,500 of those workers, and I want to inform the APNU AFC that later on this year, the second crop of this year, Rosal, one of the estates that they closed, choose to suffer that area, will be reopened and smoke will be coming out of that chimney. Mr. Speaker, that's the problem in the sugar industry. Mr. Ramjatan said he wants to right-size the sugar industry. The Guyanese people has right-sized this country and put them over there for the rest of their life. Mr. Speaker, the Guyanese people has right-sized the country and put them over there. And Mr. Ramjatan will be there for the rest of his political career. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and then they came and talked about the rice industry. How dishonest these people are.
Honorable Minister, 2 things. Withdraw that and continue to refer to the honorable member opposite as honorable or comrade.
As advised, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member over there came to this house with misinformation, talking about the rice industry. Mr. Speaker, I have here with me Kaichur News. Kaichur News, October the 5th, 2015, when they went into government. You know what I said? And this was the president, no less a person than the president, His Excellency, David Arthur Granger. Hear what he said. He said that my information is that farmers sell their paddy to the millers, and the millers produce rice.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead, honorable member. What's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, according to the standing orders 41(7), no speaker shall use the president's name. The president's name shall not be used to influence the assembly.
Yes. Okay. Quoting, as I allowed the previous speaker to do, quoting extensively from President Ali's address to the UN. Go ahead, honorable member, Mr. Mustafa.
Mr. Speaker, you know, when you come to this honorable house, must come with facts. Don't come with baseless accusation. And I'll go to the young man, the honorable member who spoke just before Honorable Bishop just now. Mr. Speaker, and I'm quoting here, and I will leave this with the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, it says here, my information is that farmers sell their paddy to the miller, and the miller produce rice, which they try to sell to the market. So it's a private business. Up New AFC now are coming to share crocodile tears and say how we run down the rice industry. How we will run down the rice industry when they increase DNI and land rental by 6,000%. They increase DNI and land rental charges from $3,500 to $15,000. Mr. Speaker, they talk about rice problem. They lost the Venezuela, one of the most lucrative markets that we had. They lost it. The farmers were suffering. The farmers who was exporting rice to Panama, they left them on their own to fend for themselves. Now, Honorable Member AG and Nandalal and myself, we are trying to recoup the money that they left the farmers with. Mr. Speaker, I can go on and on what they did. Mr. Speaker, they talk about spoiled fertilizer. Let me tell you something. And we went to the bags of fertilizer that were spoiled under the AP. Is here. The Sea of Nari is that they purchased with taxpayers' money. Probably the honorable member is referring to. Mr. Speaker, again, misinformation, baseless accusation. The facts. That is why I'm quoting the facts. I am bringing documents. Probably he can. The mid-year decline in forget about the mid-year's report. Let us look at the full-year report that the Minister of Finance budget that showed that the agriculture sector grew by 9% in 2022. You had other crop increased by 27.7% in the half-year report. This year increased by 4.2% in the half-year report. So I don't know what the honorable member was quoting. He just call names, call numbers, and say, you go and prove it. Well, I am proving it, Mr. Speaker. This is a deception. This is a deception that the members of the honorable members of the opposition has been displaying to the Guyanese When they lost the election, they still say that they won the election. They want the people to believe that they won the election. Imagination, Mr. Speaker, half year's report. And then and say that the abattoir there, Mr. Speaker, the abattoir is an IDB project and the contract was signed in November 2022. The 3rd of November 2022, look the contract document here. I think this member should be taken in front of the Committee of Privilege because he's misleading this National Assembly.
You're going great, Honorable Minister, so don't use words which will destroy your presentation.
Mr. Speaker, as I am saying these are the misinformation that they are bringing to the National Assembly. These are the misinformation that they come to feel that Guyanese will believe them. For example, the Honorable Member Cox said that he doesn't believe about the report that agriculture in Region 1 has improved. Well, probably the Honorable Member is not living in Region 1 or he's isolated from the population of Region 1. Mr. Speaker, these are pictures that I brought with me where we have turmeric, we have nutmeg, we have, as a matter of fact, Region 1 have been declared the area where all our spices will be produced. And we'll have export going from Region 1 to Trinidad and Tobago and the Eastern Caribbean countries. Mr. Speaker, we have seen the IDB report, what they said about the agriculture sector, and I can quote it. It says that agriculture export has increased 31% in 2022 to the Caribbean countries and North America. The IDB report said that. It's there on my desk, and I can give the National Assembly a copy of that.
Yes, Honorable Member. And so far, all the persons who promised, only Honorable Manikchand and Indar have provided their documents.
Mr. Speaker, Region 1 cocoa production. Look here, cocoa production in Region 1. Mr. Speaker, nutmeg production. Nutmeg production. Mr. Speaker, here we have a ginger processing plant at Hosororo in Region 1. So I don't know when the member come here if they're not going around listening to the people. Mr. Speaker, and then again, well, my colleague is informing me about the Black Giant. Well, the Black Giant has been a success in this country, not only in hinterland, but across this country. We have improved that and increased production of Black Giant bird, so much so that our egg production are coming back to normal in this country. That's the commitment and investment from this government. So, Mr. Speaker, when we come to this house here, we must come with facts. We must come with facts that are important. And as I said, that this year we will increase a number of production. Rice will increase. We will see rice. 170,000 hectares of rice will be planted this year. And Mr. Speaker, as I said, that we have seen that rice have increased by 8% from 2021. And this here is a sector that is capable of bringing in large revenue. That is why we have seen increased markets in 2022. Rice, we have seen an 8.3% increase. And we plan to increase land for cultivation, farm to market road. We have introduced GRDB 16. We were able to 9 bags per acre to between 55 to 60 bags per acre. We have improved crop husbandry management, improved drainage and irrigation, although in the afternoon time they bought 12 undersized pumps with fire engine. Minister Nandalal and myself are trying to rectify that problem. We are still talking to the contractor in India to get this matter resolved, because every single As I said, we heard the mockery about drying floors. Drying floors are important for the development of the rice industry in Guyana. We know for a fact when we were young, paddies are being dried on the road. We have conflict between motorists and we have been, so these facilities the largest rice growing area in this country, Region 5, the MMA scheme. On the first crop 20, we planted one area. 10 regions were affected, but we and plant another 80,000, planting almost 75,000 acres. This month, the sowing period will approximately. That is why that 9.3% in this year. Mr. Speaker, of this country. Over the last 2 years, when I work, we have executed in 20 new pump stations. Trends. You know what? We will not end up like what APNU did. Go to India so that we can have suitable pump. Also this year, what we will be doing? We will be to the canal was built. Well, White Elephant. Start the construction of 3, 5, and 6. Mr. Speaker, talking about Riverwalk, West Coast Barbie, Chesney, Party. Today, that savannah you could drive there. Speaker, we did a farm to market. New land will become under cultivation. Will continue. And rehabilitation of roads and on the meaning in the Essecubo and those 25% in 2020. Our air funnel is driving to as I said, the non-traditional crops will be the driver environment for it. Little was done, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, we cultivated and we produced 463 tons of soybeans. From of 2022, we will start the cultivation today. We have of road almost $1.2 billion to commence the foundation of silo and storage facility. Mr. Speaker, we have installed Borbis River so that we can transport the inputs, agriculture input. Mr. Speaker, by the end of 2023, we will cultivate 9 projection for 26,000 30,000 acres. Guyana will be self-sufficient. Guyana will produce all the corn and soya that is needed for the livestock industry, and we will save $60 million in savings. Mr. Speaker, and you have to look at the linkages, because when you produce the livestock feed, we are seeing an improvement in the livestock industry. We are already self-sufficient in poultry needs. We want to be a net exporter. And we will continue to do that because we have a number of investors that are coming to Guyana and that want to invest. Brought in new breeds that we are working with farmers to develop industry. We are building this abattoir there. We have to satisfy the beef industry. We will be importing. We already have 437 black belly sheep. We will have received the remaining amount to take us to 1,000 so that we can create that black belly brand in Guyana to replace the New Zealand and Australian lamb that are coming in this part of the world. Those are the development, Mr. Speaker, that we're talking about. But APNU just, they didn't have a plan. As a matter of fact, I saw, and in the same thing, in the same report here, one of the farmers was saying, right, that here he said, farmers protest countrywide and nobody came out and talked to us at the Ministry of Agriculture. Then we got to hear that the minister gone on 21 days leave. The man worked 2 months and got 3 weeks leave. The farmers were saying that. That was the kind of performance from...
Honorable member, you will need to seek my leave to conclude. So should Honorable member, Mr. Shearer.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask that my honorable colleague be given time to conclude his presentation.
Thank you, Minister Teixeira. Honorable Minister, you have 5 minutes to conclude your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, we will continue. We will continue this because we recognize the importance of the agriculture sector. Although we have the oil and gas sector that is bringing a large chunk of revenue into our country, we recognize that food security is important. And we will continue to invest in this sector. And we'll diversify it. We start the high-value crop for young people because we have seen that there need to be an injection of young people in the agriculture sector because we have seen the population are mature. So, Mr. Speaker, that will continue the high-value crop. We started broccoli, cauliflower, lettuce, carrot. Now that program is making a lot of money for the young people. Over 100 young graduates have been engaged in that program. But unlike the APNU AFC, the opposition leader was the advice on youth empowerment and the APNU AFC. What they did, they told the young people to produce cook-up rice, pepper sauce, and plantain chips with no help. No help. We have the president. We have our president who took his interest to ensure that he formed this group. And Mr. Speaker, one other project I want to mention before we conclude, and that is the cut flower project, the fresh rose project that we did. And that is making a big difference, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a number of single parents, especially mothers, are involved in this project. And annually, they will earn almost $20 million. We have already started it. Every week, we are producing 400 roses. And by the end of February, we'll produce 800 roses. These are some of the roses, Mr. Speaker. Very beautiful. Very beautiful. And we, in a very short time from now, we will produce all the roses that are needed in Guyana. You know what happened? A foreign rose is being sold at $2,000 to $2,500, and we are selling a rose for $500. So a person will save $2,000. That's the way we put in disposable income in one's pocket. Well, Mr. Speaker, this budget is a budget that encompasses development for every single sector, every area, and every group. And Mr. Speaker, what I have said just now are the facts. What my colleagues have been saying over the last 2.5 years are the facts. And what my colleagues will be saying in the next 2.5 years will be the facts. And Mr. Speaker, that is something called the facts. Indisputable, like something as simple as in Guyana, there is rain and sun. Yet, there are people who will dispute that, saying we have other seasons. While we tempted to excuse an ordinary person for ignoring the facts, it's worrying when elected officials do that. Just in 2020, Mr. Speaker, the world, not just Guyana, saw the deliberate attempts by the opposition when they were in government to deny the will of the Guyanese people, to steal a country and to steal an election. To deliberately ignore the fact that they lost member of this noble house who took an oath to uphold the Constitution, but did everything they could to transgress it. Recall what happened following the successful passage of the no confidence motion. The Constitution was clear. That's the fact, Mr. Speaker, but yet what is mandated was glaringly ignored for all to see, embarrassing our country in the process. If you can deny something that is so enshrined in our Constitution, deny the fact that they lost the 2020 elections, and even up to now denying the fact that they desperately attempted to steal those elections, if they can
But I allow one stealing to pass. I won't allow this one. Just expunge.
All right, Mr. Speaker, I replace it by rigging. Mr. Speaker, it is not surprising, therefore, that they continue to deny the fact that Budget 2023 is continuing the unprecedented rapid transformational and visionary development agenda by the PPP civic government to improve the lives of all Guyanese, including the honorable member on the other side. Mr. Speaker, it is sad. It's a gross disservice to the people of this country that some elected official in this House would come here to deny the fact. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, this is a good time to take the suspension for 1 hour.
Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we mean to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it, we have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here. And we ain't moving nowhere, make no mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. Please be seated. And we will now take the contribution of the honorable member, Ms. Dawn Hastings Williams. Yes, I said, honorable member, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I stand to make my contribution on Budget 2023, I wish to place on record my observations as well as that of others. Perhaps, Mr. Speaker, the most underwhelming part of this budget are the measures. Some measures, Mr. Speaker, will have no impact on the current situation, as they are merely being continued. As such, Mr. Speaker, their benefits are already being enjoyed. These measures relate to the maintenance of zero excise tax on fuel and the use of pre-COVID rates for the calculation of applicable customs duties and taxes. Some measures will be of little to no interest to the poor and low-income earners. With the level of withdrawal expected from the Natural Resources Fund, Mr. Speaker, the government could have moved the threshold to at least $150,000, whilst keeping the 1/3 of the gross income. Many of the members of the discipline services and the health sector who are beneficiaries of the elevated salaries payable to them from January 1 will not be amused with this threshold change. Mr. Speaker, the lack of originality in Budget 2023 is evident from the introduction, which bears an eerie resemblance of Budget 2028, if you look at the two. Not complaining, Mr. Speaker, just highlighting that appropriate recognition is due. However, Mr. Speaker, this seems to be a familiar pattern, as for example, the recent signing on an operational agreement for the Natural Resources Fund, without referencing that what was being signed was an updated version of the agreement signed in December 2019 between the former finance minister and the governor. Mr. Speaker, let me pause here now to examine the theme of this budget. Improving lives today, building prosperity for tomorrow. After reading this theme over and over and giving it a careful thought, Mr. Speaker, I asked myself the question, is this the case for the people of Cane View in Mocha? Mr. Speaker, who recently experienced the worst treatment meted out to them as human beings when their place of abode was destroyed by an excavator, Mr. Speaker. Surely, Mr. Speaker, this cannot be the case of improving their lives for a better tomorrow. Placing myself in their shoes, Mr. Speaker, I definitely cannot agree to the theme as presented for this year's budget. If I had my way, Mr. Speaker, I would rewrite the theme for this budget. And the theme would be destroying lives today for the benefit and prosperity of a few. Destroying lives today for the benefit and prosperity of a few. I also wish to repeat the words of a song written by the people of Mocha that was seen circulating on the media, social media. I will not sing it because it's not appropriate to do so. With impunity, you destroyed our homes, killed our livestock. You have brought us to our knees while you regularize our other squatters in Region 3. Where is the equality? You demolish our homes, bury our livestock alive, homeless and destitute and robbed. Still, you not done, you took my job. Where is the love? And I would add, where is the one Guyana? Mr. Speaker, in his book entitled Reflection on Happiness and Positivity, pages 14, Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum said, the Crown Prince of Dubai, because we are aiming to become little Dubai, who became the Prime Minister of UAE in 2006, when he was interviewed, said, he was asked the question, how much will he spend on happiness programs? He answered, and I quote, happiness does not fall under programs that are separate from the government's daily work. Happiness is the focus of government work, and the government's entire budget must be considered as dedicated to achieving the happiness of our people. End of quote. Mr. Speaker, if only we can recognize and accept that the effect of happiness has on health and the savings that the government can make when the society is healthy, then surely a government that asserts itself as caring will not hesitate to spend more money on its human resource. In this case, Mr. Speaker, will be our public servants, our teachers, our nurses, soldiers, policemen and women, our tushos, our mayors, doctors, our pensioners, our differently abled, just to name a few. We can only imagine, Mr. Speaker, the spiral growth in the economy and productivity as a result of spending more monies on our people. These, Mr. Speaker, are estimated to be worth billions of dollars. Mr. Speaker, investing in our people to make them comfortable and happy should not only be seen as a cost, but as a wealth for the country. I therefore call on this government to step on their accelerator, Mr. Speaker, and increase the salaries and wages of our public servants to a minimum livable income. Mr. Speaker, monies should no longer be seen as a problem since the budget becomes bigger and bigger every year. The budget for this year is $781.9 billion. The only problem here, Mr. Speaker, is the PPP. Money is not the problem. The problem here is the PPP who, in their discriminatory and haphazard manner, continues to dole out cash grant here and a cash grant there, here a cash, everywhere is cash grant. Mr. Speaker, we on the opposition would like to propose a people-centered vision of development for cash grants. We are not against cash grants. We must see cash grants as a mechanism with multiple uses. We believe that when structured effectively and delivered in a predictable manner, citizens' lives can be transformed. To that end, rather than employing people on a part-time basis for $50,000 a month, as the government does presently, they should receive the $50,000 as a student stipend while they study and train. This will swiftly empower the Guyanese workforce with the required tools to take advantage of the economy's opportunities. Mr. Speaker, we also believe that cash grants for business development are vital. If we intend to take small businesses seriously, we will massively increase both the allocations to agencies like the Small Business Bureau and increase the size of grants received from hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars. This will allow small businesses to hire employees and bring new products to the market. With that said, Mr. Speaker, the problem here is not the cash grant. Again, it is the PPP. The PPP parades around Guyana with loud claims of inclusiveness and oneness. But, sir, the reality is totally different from what they are chanting. There are numerous examples of the level of discrimination which was being highlighted by most of my colleagues who spoke before me. Case in point, Mr. Speaker, the PPP boasted of giving $25,000 to hinterland and riverine communities, and in constituency 9 in Bartica, if you listen, you will learn. They literally distributed that $25,000 only to the part of that constituency that they considered voted for them, while completely neglecting all other residents in the same constituency, Mr. Speaker. Again, Mr. Speaker, the cash grant is not the problem. The problem here is the PPP. How can the government hand out only $25,000 to the hinterland people when the cost of living is far more greater or higher than that on the coastland? Well, those living on the coastland, I'm not saying that they should not have gotten it. Some of them got 50,000, some of them got 150,000, and some of them got more. Tell me, Mr. Speaker, how can this be one Guyana? I therefore say to this government, step on the accelerator and start distributing the resources of this country in an equitable manner to all the citizens. And I will not stand here and pretend it's just at the level of the central, Mr. Speaker, but it reeks also at the local level too. To date, not one single major project has been done in Bartica, Middle or Upper Mazruni, since the PPP took office. Mr. Speaker, the residents are left only to enjoy what the APNU-AFC did. Mr. Speaker, at this time, I would like to thank the APNU-AFC for all that they did for the residents of Region 7 as a whole. Thank you, Mr. Patterson, Honorable Member, for the power station at Bartica, the solar farm, the Bartica Stelling, the generator for Camarang. Thank you, Honorable Member Valder Lawrence, for the CT scan machine at Bartica Hospital, the extension of Camarang Hospital, which is yet to be furnished by this government. Thank you for the doctors' quarters that were built in Camarang, Jawala, Kako, and Philippi, who are yet to receive their residents' doctors unto this day. Thanks to the APNU-AFC for the Magistrate Court in Bartica. Thank you for the 21 three-bedroom houses that were built in the Upper Mazruni in villages of Waramadang, Kwebanang, Camarang, Warwata, Kako, and Jawala. Thank you for the new primary schools that were built in Parima, and my honorable colleague, Mr. Lee, can attest to that. Camarang, Imbaimadai, Kako, and Etrimbang. Mr. Speaker, I wish to remind this House and citizens of Guyana that we in the APNU-AFC, recognizing the wide gap between the hinterland and the coastland, began to establish radio stations, Mr. Speaker. Radio stations at Oriala, Madhya, Lethem, Bartica, Aishalton, and Mabaruma, so as to ensure that our indigenous peoples were informed about what was happening around them. Thank you, Kati, the honorable member, for the 170 plus ICT hubs that were established at the schools, community centers, RDC boardrooms, and offices. Mr. Speaker, had we remained in office, by now all our remote schools would have been connected. We built and acquired all these buildings within a period of 2 years, Mr. Speaker, with no oil money or carbon credits. Mr. Speaker, no been built.
How will you call a parliamentary club?
Mr. Speaker,
What you said.
I will repeat for that comrade. Had we remained in office, by now all our schools would have been connected, all our remote schools. To date, no schools have been built by this government in my region that I know of. However, Mr. Speaker, I must mention, and I wish to commend the Minister of Education, Mrs. Priya Manikchan, honorable member, for sticking to her portfolio and for defending her budget passionately yesterday. Thank you, honorable member, for the new secondary school that will be built in Jawala. This definitely will ease the overcrowded classrooms at the Desiree Caesar Fox Secondary School. I will repeat, this definitely will ease the overcrowded classroom at the Desiree Fox Secondary School and the overcrowded dormitories where students of grades 7 and 8 have to be accommodated in a separate building away from the complex, which can cause security concerns. Added to that, do not class due to the to accept honorable invitation, which this house, along with education. I also wish to mention this house, children so that they can at present they would have to pass across the river to attend classes in a church building. Smith. There is a military block. On your accelerator and build a new school amenities for our indigenous children in this part of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, I can recall the honorable member Nigel Dharamlal during one of his budget presentations for 2021 or 2022, whichever is correct, when speaking about the road projects that were to be done in my region, pointing towards my direction saying, MP Hastings can now jump on her ATV and ride home to Kako from Camarang. 2 years have passed, Mr. Speaker, and I am yet to jump on my ATV to ride home. Mr. Speaker, I can go on with the list of projects that were promised in 2021 and 2022 budgets that have not been honored unto this day. Again, I call on the government to step on the accelerator and get busy with building proper roads and establish ICT hubs and provide every hinterland and remote villages with access to internet so that no indigenous boy or girl be left behind. I wish to note here, Mr. Speaker, the call for a new social contract, as was echoed in the theme used to observe the International Day of world's indigenous people, and I state, leaving no one behind, indigenous peoples, and the call for a new social contract. Social contract, which is an unwritten contract, must be honored when it comes to our indigenous peoples. They too have a right, Mr. Speaker, as any other Guyanese, to enjoy the quality of life and economic security. To this date, the indigenous peoples of this land is still considered as the most vulnerable population when it comes to economic insecurity and sustainable development. A caring and a competent government will put in place systems to ensure that every citizen is protected or can recover quickly from economic crisis. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the rate of inflation can very well affect individuals who are living above the poverty line now. When suddenly they find themselves in economic crisis and poverty, should they experience a shock and are unable to recover. So we have to put systems in place to avoid same. At this time, Mr. Speaker, I wish to salute and recognize in this honorable house the two Shaws of the Upper Mazaruni who took the government to court 20 plus years ago to fight for their rights, for their ancestral lands to be recognized. I am so proud of them and wish to thank the attorneys and other persons or organizations who were involved in making this history. I remain a proud Akawayo daughter of that soil. The recent ruling of the High Court has empowered the Arikunas and the Akawayos and can now move forward in their consultations and discussions in the development of their lands. Mr. Speaker, the NTC conference was reconvened in 2022, but this time under a different circumstance. The indigenous members of parliament from the opposition side were not even extended the courtesy to attend. The former chairman of the NTC and other council members were nowhere present to do a proper handing over of which the NTC is accustomed to do over the years. Where is the transparency and inclusivity that this government is talking about, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I also wish to rebut to the Minister of Agriculture who stood in this house to say that 7,000 sugar workers were fired under the APNU AFC. I am asking him to lay the data that supports this figure. We need a data to support that figure of 7,000 sugar workers being fired under the APNU AFC. Unless, Mr. Speaker, he is talking about the sugar workers that were fired prior to 2015, because we all know that some sugar estates were closed during that time. Mr. Speaker, I am happy, and the indigenous people of this country are happy to see that some monies have been allocated to the tune of 124 million for the celebration of heritage, 4.7 billion allocated for Amerindian development programs, and 2.7 for entrepreneurship and other programs. we should encourage our Amerindian village councils to plan their village development plans in time when we are also budgeting for the entire budget. They should not wait until the budget is passed to plan their village council plans, or what we call AVCs. We must train our CSOs. We must train our Amerindian village leaders so that they too can be a part of the consultations and the consultations of the budget, so that as soon as the budget is passed, they must be able to start working on their village plans. Why I say this, Mr. Speaker? Because if I'm going to ask the minister now to submit to this House how many village plans has she received for this year's budget, I'm quite sure she will not be able to give me that accurate figure, for I know some communities have not even started their village plans. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, we are happy for the monies that are allocated for the indigenous peoples. We're asking that they be
Try again, try again. Normally when this happens, we have to check on the desk by the chief whip for the opposition. We're asking the technician to come down so that this very good presentation by the honorable member could be concluded.
Testing, testing.
I'm speaking from past experience.
This one. Testing.
Honorable member, you could also close from your seat. Go ahead, Honorable, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In conclusion, I wish to say, Mr. Speaker, bigger the budget doesn't necessarily mean that we will have a better quality of life. If spent in an equitable, in a transparent and an accountable manner, indeed, the people of this country will enjoy a good and a better life. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish to say that I really cannot support the budget in its forms. I really cannot support the budget as how it is presented, and I do not commend that this budget be did in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. My apologies for the mic at the podium. Seem to be having some signal issues. I now invite the Honorable Minister of Amerindian Affairs, the Honorable Pauline Sukai, to make her contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is with great pride that I rise to support the motion for the approval of the budget estimates of the public sector for the financial year 2023. Mr. Speaker, this is the largest budget in Guyana's history, and under the leadership of His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali and the PPPC-led government. This budget will meet the immediate needs of our nation while securing the future of the Guyanese people. It cements the gaps to realizing a one Guyana. As such, this budget could not be presented under a more appropriate theme than improving lives today, building prosperity for tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, permit me the opportunity to congratulate the senior minister within the office of the President with responsibility for finance, Dr. Ashni Singh, and his team from the Ministry of Finance for the thorough work done leading to the successful presentation of the 2023 budget. Mr. Speaker, upon the return to office, the PPP civic government met a plethora of issues that affected our indigenous peoples. These range from an indiscriminate neglect and stagnant village economy, all the way to the pause of land tenure activities for our First People. The inclusive and progressive part of this government has sought to propel the rights of our Amerindian brothers and sisters to greater limits. This budget purports a transformative path which is emanated in the absence of new taxes while focusing on promoting incentives that seeks to enhance the lives of our Guyanese people in the most progressive way. It is against this background, Mr. Speaker, that the budgetary allocation to Amerindian and hinterland development will be presented. Mr. Speaker, the budget 2023 has allocated a capital allocation of $4.7 billion towards the continued development of livelihood of our Amerindians. This is in furtherance to other major allocations in the health sector, education sector, infrastructure, social services, which directly translates to the increased standard of living of our indigenous citizens in every region of our beautiful country. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I need to respond to the previous speaker. Since the previous speaker, Mr. Speaker, only spoke about Region 7. Apparently, Mr. Speaker, in all the years that the Honorable Member Don Hastings served as a member of Parliament representing Amerindians in this Parliament, she's never found the time to adequately, and I say adequately, visit any of the other regions to understand the challenges or the progress taking place there. And so in response to her diatribe on Region 7, I wish to say that in Region 7, more than $100 million were invested in 2022. Some 700 residents of Camarang in Region 7 are benefiting from a new $45 million water system funded by the PPP civic government. As a result, after more than 20 years, even when Honorable Don Hastings' government was in office, there was the constant complaint by the residents of Camarang about the poor supply of water. We have corrected that. The drilling of new wells in Jawala in Region 7 to the tune of $40 million will provide central Jawala with water, pure and safe water. Mr. Speaker, the completion of another water system in Kurutuku. Mr. Speaker, this investment is not only in the water sector, but it also extends, as I said a few paragraphs above in my delivery of my presentation, that education, health, infrastructure, social services, and attention to the village economies of the indigenous villages and the hinterland communities were all addressed during the period of the PPP civic government from 92 to 2015. From 2020 to current, we have a vested interest in ensuring that the hinterland and the Amerindian villages which populate the hinterland gets the benefit of the country's resources under our government. Remind me, Mr. Speaker, I wish to say that there was a presentation earlier in the week which accused the PPP civic government of providing contracts to only family and friends. Well, we are very happy that the Honorable MP Don Hastings' spouse is a friend of ours, and so he continues to receive contracts under our government. Mr. Speaker, as a reminder, under the APNU AFC-led government, during the period of 2015 to 2020, the land tenure for Amerindians was simply not a priority. And I repeat that the land tenure for Amerindians were simply not a priority. Mr. Speaker, upon our resumption of office, the PPP civic government has reaffirmed its commitment towards ensuring the fulfillment of our manifesto commitment and our governmental obligation to ensure that we complete the land tenure project, which will benefit numerous Amerindian villages when it's concluded. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Vincent Henry presentation attempted to demonstrate effective government by the APNU AFC. He chose a very poor example while trying to assume credit for titling and demarcation. And he listed a number of communities. He listed Mainstay, Mashabo, Kapui, Yupukari, but he lacked understanding of the process of land titling. Setting the record straight, Mr. Speaker, Mainstay, Mashabo, Kapui, and Yupukari were titled since in the 90s. So there was no need for the APNU AFC government to title them again. I suppose the honorable member was referring to the extension which they had applied for. I want to lay the facts. And what are the facts? It's the PPP civic government which committed $10.6 million from the Guyana agreement with the Kingdom of Norway, made possible through the LCDS. It was the PPP civic government which established the Amerindian land titling unit during our tenure to execute the land titling project for lands for Amerindians. Mr. Speaker, the misinformation shared in this House yesterday, it was the MOAA, or the Ministry of Amerindian Affairs, which commenced processing the application for land extension for Mainstay, Mashabo, Kapui, and Yupukari. And only early last year, Mr. Speaker, myself, Minister Zulfi, Minister Vikram, we all visited Kapui, Mashabo. We had a review of the investigative report which we left when we left in 2015, and it was only recently they received their extension and they're up on the list for demarcation. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member actually forgot that there was a no confidence motion presented in the Parliament. And that no confidence motion, Mr. Speaker, will not be used or will never be used to justify why they did not title Amerindian lands when they were there. They failed to process application for Rockstone and Parabara. And this year, before the first quarter, again, a number of ministers will travel to those areas to revisit the old investigative report, which the PPP Civic finished in May. In fact, the ALT team was active in May while election was going on, the campaign, including the election. And we will revisit that old investigative report, which the APNU AFC failed to act on, and we will see that the recommendations or the findings will bring a conclusion to both Parabara and Rockstone. Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, yesterday, the Honorable Dr. Ashni Singh, the Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance, was chastised for mentioning at some point in time that no lands were awarded during the APNU AFC period in government. However, Mr. Speaker, please permit me to quote from Newsroom article of May 30th, 2018, entitled, "I have not been able to title any village, Mr. Alicock, Minister Alicock." And I quote, Minister of IPA, and that's Indigenous Peoples Affairs, Sidney Alicock, has admitted that in 3 years, his ministry has not issued any title to Amerindian communities. And this is in 2018. Quoting again, speaking to reporters, Minister Alicock expressed, and I quote, "I have not been able to title any village because," and he was speaking like a sweet boy, "because we want to do things that are truly reflected in the free, prior, and informed process." The Amerindian land titling project was slated to end in 2016, and I'm still quoting from the article. But since the ministry made no progress, they were granted an extension of 2 years. However, and he's speaking again, he's speaking to the press, and I'm quoting, however, little progress has been made since then, and the new deadline is now October 2018. Further quoting, Minister Ali Cox said he will be making a request for another extension by writing to the Ministry of the Presidency,
Shame on you.
which will then communicate with representatives in Norway.
Shame on you. Shame on you.
The Honorable Mr. Vincent Henry and the APNU AFC has no moral standing to speak about effective government nor taking credit for land extensions to Amerindian villages. They failed the Amerindian miserably. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure this Honorable House that the PPP civic government will continue to support the Amerindian land titling project. Just under 2 years, the MOAA demarcated 7 villages and issued 5 COT, Certificate of Titles to Villages. In addition to this, the ministry has completed revision of 23 investigative reports to date, and we will act on them. We will not sit down for 5 years and watch them on the shelves. The government will further support the ALT program through the allocation of 500 million to advance Amerindian land titling activities, to further safeguard and improve the security of land tenure enjoyed by Amerindian peoples. And as such, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Amerindian Affairs will be pursuing 19 demarcation and 11 land extension in 2023, far more than 0, which the APNU AFC government performed or delivered to the Amerindians.
Shame on you.
Shame. Shame on you. Mr. Speaker, furthermore, I heard ramblings about a court case. Mr. Speaker, I want to set the record straight that from 1966 to 1992, the PNC was in office. They did nothing to title Amerindian lands for the first people of our country. From 1995 to 2020, the current minister then, confirmed to the press and the public and to the committee, the parliamentary committee, that there was 0 titling for Amerindian during his period. Mr. Speaker, the APNU AFC broken record that the CSO were dismissed by the PPP civic government is an old argument in an attempt to clear their conscience. It was the APNU AFC government which dismissed the young Amerindians. So no amount of justification will erase the hurt they inflicted on Amerindian youths. The APNU AFC paid the price for this wrong on the young people in the election of 2020, and I say no more. The government of Guyana remains committed to youth empowerment and development with nationwide initiatives such as the Gold Scholarship. Today, youths have a plethora of opportunities at their fingertips for academic growth. This is being complemented by the ongoing efforts of the PPP civic government to bridge the digital gap between the hinterland and the coast through the government reinstated ICT access and e-services for hinterland, poor and remote communities project, under the ambit of the Prime Minister's office. I heard in this house just now that more than 100 ICT hubs were installed under the APNU AFC government. Mr. Speaker, every village you go to, even the Honorable Cox complained about it, that there is weak, poor, and non-existent internet service. It is limiting to the young people of the hinterland to access comfortably, adequately, the opportunities that abound. However, Mr. Speaker, they didn't tell the whole story, because those who are now working in the reinstated project, or the ICT Hub project, has discovered that all the equipment, the laptops, the batteries and accessories were stored in a bond in diamond for 5 years without being touched, denying the Amerindians of connectivity and internet connectivity and computer literacy. That was absolutely disgraceful, shameful. And you talk about effective government? What is effective about that?
Honorable Minister, you have to take out shameful. Disgraceful, shameful can work.
As of 2020, 90 hubs have been completed and 75 have been fully equipped and functional. Mr. Speaker, this is what you call effective government. In less than 2 years, we're up and about doing what a responsible government should be doing. This year, 500 million has been allocated in budget 2023 for the construction or the continued construction of internet facilities and equipping those hubs. In 2015, when the PPP Civic left office, may I remind the honorable members on the other side that there were 1,972 CSO officers who were dismissed. Mr. Speaker, what did that mean to the Amerindians? It meant annually that they were deprived of $700 million from their pockets. Over the 5 years of the APNU AFC government, they denied those young Amerindians $3.6 billion. This is grievously disappointing. Tell me you like and care for Amerindians? Mr. Speaker, they will forever have to live with that on their conscience. On assuming office, we address the matter and we address the manifesto promises to the young people of the hinterland. And we have reinstated that project. Today, we have 2,500 young people fully engaged again, receiving an income so that they can assist to put food on their tables, whether it's for themselves or their extended families. Mr. Speaker, Amerindian youths were trained in computer literacy. These youths have returned to their respective villages in anticipation to manage and support the ICT project being executed by the Office of the Prime Minister. Further, 160 young Amerindians were trained in solar installation and maintenance and have also returned to be prepared for when the household solar unit project gets underway. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Housing and Water has invested more than $2 billion in water system in the hinterland. And in 2023, $1.4 billion has been allocated. And in anticipation of that, the Ministry of Amerindian Affairs and the Ministry of Housing and Water has already signed earlier an MOU where 466 young people will be trained to operate and manage those systems. Further, Mr. Speaker, 720 Amerindian youths were trained in several other areas. Maintenance, and I'll just list a few. Maintenance of small engines, 125. Mr. Speaker, training in computer literacy, 151. Training in garment construction, 129. What a small number, but you have to look at the big picture. GOAL has trained, in addition to more than about 2,000 young Amerindians under their program. BIP has trained, and the numbers were shared in this House on the first day when the minister spoke about the program and the training in the hinterland. Scholarships are being awarded to Amerindian students at the university and at the secondary level. Mr. Speaker, it is not about the numbers. This is the initiative and the projects that are conducted by a single sector, the Ministry of Amerindian Affairs. Mr. Speaker, let's now turn ourselves to some other matters. The APNU AFC speaks about reckless spending and mismanagement of funds. And in fact, I heard yesterday that the Ministry of Amerindian Affairs in 2015 could not account for $1.2 million. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw your attention to their legacy of unaccountability. In 2016, the AG report, page 108, provides details of spending an amount of $1.3 billion, for which no progress report was presented for audit. And in the paragraph of that same report, 235 paragraph states, the AG report could not determine whether the funds were utilized for the intended purposes. No accountability. No. Mr. Speaker, the following year, in 2017, the Stabroek News reported on the Auditor General finding of lack of accountability for over 1.5 spent by the Indigenous Peoples Affairs Ministry. The Guyana Times headline screamed, Indigenous Peoples Affairs Ministry cannot account for 865 million AG. On checking the AG report for verification, the report of 2017 at paragraph 282, it is once more again validated, and I quote, it could not be determined whether the funds were utilized for the intended purposes. Mr. Speaker, and this is the legacy for the 5 years, no accountability. And that is why when we were not in office, but we traveled extensively as MPs, every community spoke about neglect, no transportation, no support for school children, no gasoline for the river and school children, nothing. Mr. Speaker, this is clearly gross accountability by the APNU AFC government and their operatives in the then Ministry of Indigenous Peoples Affairs. Economic development with local village economies remain a priority for the PPP civic government. We will continue to provide the resources to transform and develop village economies, for them to prosper economically and to bridge the gap, which challenges our government as well as the local beneficiaries in maintaining and sustaining livelihood activities in an inclusive and transparent manner, contributing to the transformation of the hinterland communities and Amerindian villages. In 2023, the ADF, or the Amerindian Development Fund, has been allocated $2.7 billion to cater for further support investment for training in tourism and hospitality, business development plans, etc. This is laying the foundation for some of the economic projects and activities that will flourish over the period ahead. Yesterday, we also heard Another member stomping his chest about land being allocated to construct the NTC Secretariat. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw your attention to a headline in Guyana Times, July 21st, 2018. Government reneges and promised NTC headquarters land. After issuing a 50-year lease, Mr. Speaker, they canceled it. They canceled it. Mr. Speaker, the National Tushao Council, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, I have all the articles here ready to hand over to the Speaker, well enveloped, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, the National Tushao Council will have to wait somewhat longer for a plot of land to construct a secretariat complex. After government on Thursday announced it has scrapped plans to issue a plot of land to Sophia. End of quote. Mr. Speaker, it was only after a rigorous representation by the then executive of the NTC that forced the identification of another plot of land in Sophia in the vicinity of the Amerindian Heritage Village located in the compound of the National Exhibition Center was really provided after a rigorous representation. Mr. Speaker, so when the honorable members want to beat their chests about the AP and UAFC providing land for NTC Secretariat, the full story must be told, since it is my understanding that the lease for the initial plot of land was cancelled and disposed by sale to their friends so that they can retain it, their friends and cronies.
Tell us about the building. Tell us about the building.
It is the PPP civic government which has made it possible for the beautifully designed NTC Secretariat, which was described yesterday, which include offices, conference halls, and accommodation facilities. The construction is currently in progress and is slated to be completed by the first quarter of 2023. This year's budget provides an allocation of $70 million, which includes $20 million for furnishing. The total sum allocation for the full completion of this secretariat is $127 million for the building and $20 million for the furnishing. A total of $147 million. Nothing was granted in your time towards the NTC. When the NTC conference is to be held this year, the indigenous leaders will be able to utilize this secretariat. This year, an allocation of $91 million is allocated for the hosting of that meeting. Mr. Speaker, there were talks about how the conference last year was influenced by the government, by the minister, and the leaders were held hostage. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind you that the last NTC meeting, which was held by the AP and UAFC government, my colleague on the other side, the deputy speaker of this house, had to protest and even wrote an article saying that we are not the girlfriends of the minister, so don't come visit us in the evenings, because the ministers paid no attention to the issues, the challenges, the concerns of the leaders who came to the city to represent their people. Remember that? Remember the NTC writing a letter to the leader of the opposition asking for the former minister, Keith Scott, he's not here with us, but a letter was sent to the leader of the then government asking for an apology. In fact, a member sitting right here decided that there's not going to be any apology. We have done nothing and said nothing wrong, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, their memories are short, but I will proceed. Mr. Speaker, I wish to point out also that the NTC has endorsed this budget. Mr. Speaker, and I want to quote, and I have here also the NTC endorsement press release. This budget, and I quote, this budget, the largest in Guyana history, shows the government's commitment to the continued upliftment and improvement of the lives of all Guyanese, especially the first people, the NTC said. All of these interventions, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, all of these interventions and more show the government's commitment to fulfilling its manifesto promises, while at the same time bridging the gap between the coast and hinterland.
Honorable Minister, your time has expired by 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honorable colleague, I'd love to give her another hour to speak, but I leave it up to you to decide the time for my colleague to let her conclude her presentation. It is time that history is corrected.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Teixeira. Thanks to my assistant timekeepers for reminding me about time. Honorable Minister, you may continue to conclude in 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I remind this House also that there's an endorsement by the NTC for the expanded LCDS 2030. Mr. Speaker, and I quote from that resolution, which was passed by the NTC, and I quote by reading: 1, recognizing that the central tenets of the LCDS 2030, like the LCDS 2009, involves community benefiting from the revenues earned from all sale of forest carbon services, where the LCDS 2030 sets out new opportunities for new revenues. 2, agrees with Guyana's national approach of engaging with forest carbon financing and is aimed at bringing benefits to Guyanese, and particularly indigenous villages and communities. 3, the NTC recognized that the extensive national scale and community-based consultation conducted over the past 7 months have informed the main aspects of the LCDS 2030, recognizing the commitment to FPIC in Guyana's LCDS 2030, bringing to rest the criticism that is repetitive on the other side about consultation and FPIC. There you have the legally constituted body of the leaders of the Amerindians endorsing the LCDS and also the sale of carbon credits. Mr. Speaker, in addition to all the direct and usual programs of the ministry, I must say that out of the LCDS 2030, 15% of all revenue received from the sale of carbon credits is going towards projects for village sustainability, currently being undertaken by the villages. Mr. Speaker, the Amerindian Act, $80 million is allocated this year to directly consult with the Amerindian villages and their people. Mr. Speaker, training. I heard the request for training. Over the period of the APNU 5-year, there was no training. Training was resumed in 2021, 2022, and again, another sum has been provided in this current budget for training of Tushaus. Mr. Speaker, women, culture, and language revival. These are important to the lives and the identity of the indigenous people. Mr. Speaker, $205 million will be allocated to address women, culture, and language revival. Mr. Speaker, I would wish to go on and on. However, I want to also say that our government provided more than 200 tractors to address food security improvements, to expand cultivation in the hinterland and Amerindian communities, and to contribute to the national drive to making Guyana food secure and the food basket for the region. Mr. Speaker, they talk about transportation for school children. Long before they came into office in 2015 to 2020, our government provided 38 minibuses in the hinterland. When we came back into office, we have already been providing transportation, both land and water, to the school children. Mr. Speaker, even leaders who were denied ATV to traverse to do administrative work and to use it as a tool to move about in the region was denied. And I am proud and with pride to say that every village in Region 8 in the North Pacorimas now have ATVs. Even Wiper, one of the farthest village, has a Land Cruiser to transport the few secondary school students who has to go to the Paramacatai Secondary School. Mr. Speaker, I know my time is up, and I would love to have had 2 hours to share with this House the achievements of my government and the projected and expected achievements for the year and the rest of the term and beyond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I endorse this budget for approval.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, Minister of Amerindian Affairs, Minister Pauline Sukhai. And now for the Honorable Member, Ms. Geeta Chandan Edmond. Honorable Minister, you may take the podium and proceed. Yes, Honorable Member, I'll start you at 355.07.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. As I rise to make my contribution to budget debate of 2023, I will immediately move to do the parliamentary business of close to half and arguably more than half of the Guyanese population at this stage with the current state of affairs in our dear land. Sir, please permit me to declare my gratitude for my family and close friends who continue to support me and to provide the necessary strength which has become a daily occupational requirement. To my mom who is online, I love you. As we look around at the decay before us due to poor governance, most of us are horrified and worried about the current state of affairs. I extend great appreciation to the public servants who have worked tirelessly to complete the technical work that produces a budget. For that reason, your efforts are humbly recognized and appreciated. In this same breath, Mr. Speaker, I extend special recognition to the men and women who protect us on a daily basis, to our soldiers, our prison officers, our firefighters, our policemen and women, and all those honorable men and women within the security sector, and all those frontline workers. Hold firm, the coalition will be back to deliver the good life. Sir, this represents my 4th presentation of this nature and in the capacity of which I hold. And on every occasion of budget presentations by the government, I have maintained several themes. First, sir, there must be competent leadership at the Ministry of Home Affairs. I don't see my friend here, and that's an indication of what I'm speaking about. Public security is serious business, and it demands leadership. I will emphasize that if we continue to ignore the immense incompetence that sits in the chair of breakdown, we will never be able, sir, we will never be able to arrest the serious decline in public security. Honorable Minister Ben, who is here, in his previous ministerial appointment, picked up a certain name, and from his performance to date, it appears that he intends to continue in that vein in the security sector, to not only demolish the homes in Maka, but the coalition's effective plans and programs that were in place to reduce crime and to make the citizens of this country safe and secure. Mr. Speaker, public security must be reimagined in this new oil and gas paradigm. It must be considered at the cabinet level and a national stakeholder level. It is way too complex, from the Guyana-Venezuela territorial controversy to the youth on the streets whose survival is a daily challenge. The country's security situation has reached its lowest ebbs, Mr. Speaker. So public security in the context of a polarized society must be based on two key considerations: economic security and the general security of all members of society. Mr. Speaker, I take no pleasure in reporting that none of these themes have been addressed in Budget 2023. And as a consequence, I cannot in good conscience lend any hint of support to certain aspects of the budget. And when I say that, there are certain aspects of the budget that are good, and I will support those aspects. But sir, we are in serious trouble. Choke and rob is a daily norm. It happens every second, and the minister is aware of this. It has become so prevalent that Guyanese simply cannot walk past as their fellow citizens are being robbed in plain view. The gunmen have become so bold, Mr. Speaker, they jump out of the car and they pump bullets in their victims. And when citizens alert the police about this, what has just occurred, they respond by saying, "We have the car number." The gunmen are walking into homes and they are executing their victims in the full view of their families. This is public security under the People's Progressive Party. It is the wild, wild west. Families can no longer go out for a peaceful seawall walk. Nobody knows what or who is next. We are at the lowest ebb. And in comparison to the coalition term in office, Mr. Speaker, you would recall that under the coalition that people were safe and secure and that crime was on the decline. This is an indisputable fact, and you can heckle as much as you want. There are no more metal detectors at the night spot. Weapons are seen bulging from the waist of patrons at various night spots. The PPP budgets have always been about brick and mortar, and human development always takes a backseat. And if you look around, Mr. Speaker, you will notice that there are several private security firms in operation. And we must ask ourselves why. And the answer is simple. It's an indication of the people's lack of confidence in the state to provide security. This is an undisputable fact. The number of high-powered weapons in the street is another worrying concern. We will recall the most recent discovery of the 2 high-powered rifles in a bag. Another complaint we've received, Mr. Speaker, is the ease in which firearm licenses are acquired. Reports we have received indicate that for a small fee with no background check, Mr. Speaker, these licenses are granted. Mr. Speaker, sirens blaze through the town with zero accountability. Many of these vehicles are illegally equipped with flashing lights and sirens. Honorable Minister Ben, what are your plans to address this nightmare of a situation? It is absolute lawlessness and chaos. It is an absolute nightmare to drive, where out of nowhere these vehicles illegally use these sirens and flashing lights to push you off the road. And this is something that happens on a daily basis. And I say to the Honorable Minister, familiarize yourself with the provisions of the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Act. Your colleagues who are heckling can provide you with a section. And I say to you, it is illegal for these private vehicles to be outfitted with sirens and flashing lights. Citizens like myself no longer know the difference between legitimate security vehicles and private vehicles. Lawlessness, Mr. Speaker, has gripped this dear land of ours. Sir, just like the Gotham City, we are in the stranglehold of the Joker and his gang, and we persistently need a hero. Even our classrooms are not safe. Our teachers are under assault. Businessmen and women are expressing their fears about guns for hire. We are now the land of the many sacred cows who are above the law, and those at the bottom are following the examples of those who are at the top. Law and order has been replaced with lawlessness. Loud music blaze at wee hours in the morning. The people cannot sleep, and this is not only my personal experience. This is the experience of many citizens. In these office, Mr. Speaker, has given away to blatant indecency. Accountability has given away to the carnival of corruption. And I see my friend is shaking his head, and I know he agrees with me. In the midst of the grandiose speeches and unrelenting propaganda, we were promised better public security and performance. But, like we all know, things got worse. Budget 2021 came, and again there were grand speeches and great hype. We were promised better public security and good governance, but things got worse. And this is not only my testimony, this is the testimony of not only the opposition, but the people of Guyana. Budget 2022 came with us like any other budget. There were speeches, propaganda, and no impact. It got worse. Mr. Speaker, here we go again in 2023, and the same thing obtains. And Mr. Speaker, I know many of the other speakers have been quoting, so I will also quote. Albert Einstein told us, and I quote, "Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results." A cursory glance, if you listen to what I've just said, I've quoted Albert Einstein, but it's probably too high up for you to understand. A cursory glance at Budget 2023 reveals that the same methods, same approaches. And Mr. Speaker, this results in insanity. Sir, this budget represents the fourth round of the insanity, which I have already mentioned. This time around, it is presented under the theme, Improving Lives Today, Building Prosperity for Tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, if there is no economic and security for all lives, lives will not be improved, and there will be no tomorrow for many. If the people cannot afford basic necessities, there is no security. When the price of bora, and many of my colleagues have spoken about this, when the price of bora has increased by over 50%, it ought to be difficult to talk about prosperity for all. This budget was presented against the backdrop of high prices at the market, and it leaves a large section of our population with the view that the prosperity of a few is only available to a selected few. Sir, Budget 2023 did not have a situation analysis. Theories or general philosophies that form the honorable gentleman who made this presentation here for over 5 hours. And I say this, for over 5 hours, the people waited to hear how the oil money will make its way to their dinner tables and the lunch kits of their children. But this never happened. It appears, sir, the money has been directed to infrastructure projects. And I wish to state this and place this in record. This is something that we absolutely welcome. We need infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. However, we have to balance that with the well-being and the prosperity of the citizens. Infrastructure, and I state this for emphasis, infrastructure projects are important. I'll now deal with the security allocation. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2023 has allocated $58.6 billion for public safety and public security, an increase of $7.1 billion. In 2022, the government allocated $51.5 billion for public safety. What did we see? That is the big question. What did we see? What did we experience during this period? In the year 2022, the crime rate by country 2022 report submitted, and I will lay over these reports that I'm citing, Mr. Speaker, that Guyana has the 8th highest crime rate worldwide of 68.7 and a murder rate of 4 times higher than that of the United States. This statistic is from an independent source and did not square with the numbers provided by the Guyana Police Force, who reported on themselves. Sir, I call on the Guyana Police Force to release the resources on data collection. How are these statistics compiled? What methods of sampling is being employed? Do these statistics consider that Guyanese hardly report incidents of crime to the police force? And we cannot, Mr. Speaker, trust this data because it flies in the face of what we experience every day. So, Mr. Speaker, if a 52.5 billion could not make us safe in 2022, it is safe to conclude that 58.6 billion could not do the trick, with no plans to address these serious issues. Like most of you, I'm reading. And it is safe to conclude that money is not the problem. The problem lies in the lack of economic security, and it's something that you cannot comprehend, and the feeling of general insecurity in this country. Mr. Speaker, the problem is the compromising of the independence of the Guyana Police Force. The World Bank report has reported that Guyana's poverty rate is among highest in Latin America and that of the Caribbean. The IDB has noted that Guyanese live on less than $5. Mr. Speaker, in this sad economic context, any strategy to address public security must rest on targeted poverty reduction programs. So, Mr. Speaker, I refer the members on that side of the House who are clearly at a loss with what I'm talking about to the manifesto of the APNU-AFC. And I know this is a high level of information for you to comprehend, but read page 24. Page 24 is very instructive. Our policy on public security is premised on the consideration of promoting our people's safety. We tie public security to the economic security of our citizens. It is simple. It is simple. If a man cannot find food, he is likely to become a perpetrator of crime. I now turn to the Guyana Police Force, Mr. Speaker. Between the years 2015 to 2020, the coalition government worked assiduously to professionalize the Guyana Police Force. And on August 31st, 2018, President Granger appointed a substantive commissioner of police, 1 deputy commissioner for administration, 1 for administration, 1 for law enforcement, and 1 for intelligence. And at the ceremony at State House, the head of state declared, and I quote, "Office of Commissioner of Police is not a toy, a trinket, or a tool of political favor or patronage." This declaration, Mr. Speaker, articulated a policy that established a clear constitutional distinction between the Police Directorate and the Guyana Police Force. It reinforces the view the police force must be independent. Mr. Speaker, at that moment, we proceeded on a path of a professionalized police force that has gained the trust and the confidence of the public. And after years, sir, after years on the vice grips of phantoms, ghosts, and the drug underworld, the Guyana police force was returned to some semblance of normalcy. The Police Act is very clear. The force is charged with the prevention and the detection of crime. And I know some of you on the other side of the House would want me to elaborate because it's very hard for you to comprehend. But time will not permit me to do that. But what I'll say, Mr. Speaker, is that the hearts of the past and current officers bleed for the Guyana Police Force. Incident after incident, the credibility of the force is being called into question. A few in the leadership structure are under the thumb of the political directorate. The men and women under this leadership cannot speak, and they cower in fear. And this is the reality. This is your legacy. Added to this, they are being instructed to make themselves tools of government propaganda. Sir, and these are not strictly the lamentations of the opposition. It is the people of Guyana who are complaining about this. The U.S. State Department, in its report 2021, Country Reports on Human Rights Practices, Guyana, complained that, and I quote, there were reliable reports that members of the security forces committed abuses. Significant human rights issues included credible reports of unlawful or arbitrary killings, including extrajudicial killings, unquote. And I will submit all of these reports, Mr. Speaker, and I'll say to my colleague that many of your police officers, they are quietly complaining. But I say it, like I've said before, to the men and women, I say to you, be professional, hold the strain, we will be back. In the context of the new oil and gas context, where there is economic and as envisioned by the Constitution. Regrettably, Mr. Speaker, I see nothing in this budget that remotely seeks to address these issues. What are your plans, Honorable Minister, besides holding your head to overhaul the police force? How will you strengthen investigative capacity? Is it your long-term plan to always resort to RSS? It must be recalled that under our tenure, there was investigative capacity that was improved by the police force. But we are now back, Mr. Speaker, to being incapable to solve serious crimes. And Mr. Speaker, this is nothing but a sad, sad state of affairs. I'll now turn briefly to the Guyana Fire Service. Mr. Speaker, if there is ever a need to point to the particular area on the Ministry of Home Affairs that reflects the certainty to absolute incompetence, it's the issue of the constant fires. Never in the history of this country, we have seen this development. Something is terribly wrong, and there are a lot of conspiracy theories abound. However, Mr. Speaker, I will not venture to engage in these conspiracy theories to besmirch the good reputation of this chamber. I will, however, venture to show a direct link between the incompetence at Brick Dam and the inefficiency of the Guyana Fire Service. Sir, allow me to be clear. They are professional men and women who can get the job done in the system. I have researched this issue, Mr. Speaker, and I've spoken to those who are involved. They are demoralized due to the constant political interference and the lack of a system based on merit. Hardworking and bright young people at the Guyana Fire Service are being pushed to the side and overlooked because they refuse to kiss the ministerial ring. Mr. Speaker, you will recall the issue of the promotion list. You will recall the extension of the contract of someone in leadership who should have been pastured a long time ago. A long time ago, not only because of age, but due to statutory requirements. Sir, the proper management of a ministry does not lie with the ability to be present at every fire and watch the manifestation of your incompetence as you drip in sweat. It lies in the ability to let the system work and stop, absolutely stop the micromanagement. Let the professionals do their work. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, our schools are now a target for arsonists. So the incompetence is having real and far-reaching consequences for us. Sir, in any country of any consequences, the minister would have been sent home a long time ago. It lies in the ability to let the system work, and I say let the system work and stop the micromanaging. Let the professionals do their work. It's what they're trained to do. So, Mr. Speaker, the $2.7 billion which allocated to the Guyana Fire Service in 2022 produced more fire. There's no reason to believe that the $545 million, the $489 million, and the $20 million allocated in 2023 will make any difference. You cannot continue to throw money at incompetence, it will make no difference. It is insanity, absolute insanity. The budget needs to include allocation to send the leadership at breakdown packing. That is the only way to prove it's efficacious. Sir, I'll now briefly turn to immigration and passports. Mr. Speaker, I wish to repeat that Guyana's biggest public security trends remains the issues of economic insecurity. We cannot construct good public security in a nation where a large section of the population feels as if they do not have access to the resources. We cannot talk about public security without addressing the insecurities being felt. So, sir, in that context, we must examine the issue of immigration in the oil-producing Republic of Guyana. National Security Advisor has informed the nation that there are 60,000 Venezuelans currently residing in Guyana. The migration policy has reported that the number of Caribbean nationals entering Guyana has doubled. These statistics and these reports that I'm quoting from will be laid over. And added to this revelation, sir, Guyanese are reporting that they are encountering nationalities from across the globe. And sir, I have no arguments with this. This is understandable, and I don't understand the need for heckling. This will occur because we are being touted as the fastest growing economy in the world. But sir, we on this side of the house, we are cognizant of the fact that we need at least 160,000 workers to reach our potential. This requires a comprehensive immigration policy. So there is immense uncertainty about who has arrived in the land of El Dorado. These numbers are frightening implications for security. There's nothing in this budget, sir, that seeks to ascertain the following. How many foreign nationals are here? How many jobs have been acquired? How many systems are in place to ensure that the nation's national security is not being compromised? What systems are in place to ensure that Guyanese are given the first option for job opportunities? Mr. Speaker, it is a known fact that Guyana possesses a relatively small population in the context of oil and gas, and we may need to source special skills from other places. But the lack of transparency and the lack of a clear and consistent policy by this government have the nation worried. And we need to know, and these are reasonable questions, sir. We need to know, and the people need to know, what category of skills do we require at this juncture? Which foreign nationals have we identified to plug those gaps? How does the policy align with the Citizenship Act, the Immigration Act, and the Constitution in general? Budget 2023 should have included a sizable sum for the Bureau of Statistics to embark on data collection to ascertain what is happening with the immigration policy of the country. Sir, the Migration Policy Institute has cautioned that the discovery of oil will lead to an influx of workers. Even though this is needed, we must ensure that Guyanese workers are our #1 priority. And those who are heckling cannot argue that this is an unreasonable request. It is a reasonable request. I now turn briefly, sir, to governance. Every week, the APNU AFC government, we have reported to the Guyanese people on the decisions of cabinet. We reported on contracts and so many more details. Today, there is a complete blackout on information. Members of civil society are writing countless letters to the Minister of Information to get the details on how contracts are awarded. But, sir, there's little success. The government refuses to be transparent. Sir, we all know that good government demands at minimum the availability of information to the people. Nobody knows what are contained in secret contracts that will impact Guyanese for generations. Sir, there's no information available on the large mining contracts. The government refuses to tell us what concessions have been made on behalf of the Guyanese people. Sir, Budget 2023 is being presented in the government context, where the government is openly flouting, and I say this to my colleague, the extractive industry's transparency initiative standards. This has resulted in the EITI reporting on its board's decision to accord a fairly low score to Guyana. Mr. Speaker, all of this poor governance is coupled with the government's lack of interest in listening to the pleas of civil society. In this regard, sir, the government appears to be engineering a plastic civil society that will remain at its beckon and its call. The government, sir, has moved to question the membership and the leadership of civil society groups that provide constructive critique on their programs and their policies. Members of these organizations are being placed on blacklists and ostracized by the government. So, Mr. Speaker, I take no pleasure in reporting that the fear is real. In my efforts to prepare for this presentation, I made contact with a few members of civil society to get a better understanding of their struggles and what they were facing. And I was told in no uncertain terms, with almost gripping hands, not to reveal the names with whom I've spoken with. The fear of retribution from this government is real, Mr. Speaker. And the government policy of government appears to be, you will have your say, but we will have our way. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I wish to re-emphasize that this $781.9 billion budget will amount to nothing if there is no attempt to ensure economic security for the Guyanese people. And this is a real concern, sir. It cannot be taken lightly. It cannot be taken lightly. You have to measure all these measures that you're placing in the budget to ensure that there is economic security for the less vulnerable. So, Mr. Speaker, we have seen for the last 3 years what destructive government looks like and how it can negatively impact our lives. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a deception in 2023 budget, and this is a deception that has become the hallmark of the PPPC. But in closing, I wish to say that there are certain aspects of the budgets where there are positives, infrastructure, there's some sort of benefits for the people, and I have no qualms about that. But I say you have to balance that. You have to absolutely balance that. If you cannot balance that, I will have a difficulty in supporting this budget. And when I speak, this is not my personal view, this is not the view of the opposition, but this is the view of the persons that I've encountered. And I traverse 4, 5, and 6, and this is the view of those people. So when I stand here, this is not a representation of me as a member of the opposition, but this is a representation of the views of those that I represent in 4, 5, and 6. So in closing, Mr. Speaker, I will say that this is the deception that we have seen in the continuous budgets presented by the PPPC, and this has become the deception of the People's Progressive Party. But there are certain aspects, but at this point, I cannot render any sort of support to the budget. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. And now for the Honorable Member, Dr. Vindhya Prasad, Minister of Social Services.
It's interesting how my colleague, Minister Robeson-Ben, was the center of attention just now. Mr. Speaker, as I add my support to my colleagues in commending Budget 2023, I do so very conscious of the efforts that have been expended by Guyanese across sectors in ministries, giving their input to a budget that is transformational, a budget that is cross-cutting, a budget that is integrated, and a budget that focuses on every aspect of human development and country development comprehensively. As I thank all of those members of staff across ministries, I must recognize the astute leadership of my colleague, Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh, and his team from the Ministry of Finance in crafting what is the biggest budget that we've seen to date. This budget is one that offers much to many, but I will focus on the Ministry of Human Services and Social Security and give you insight into work that has been done, work that is planned, and work that I'm sure that will have an impact on the lives of the most vulnerable and populations that will definitely understand how this budget will impact them, because like last year, they will live it this year and feel the impact on their lives. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that this budget is something that my colleagues on the other side should support. Wouldn't you want to support the government's efforts towards children, education for children, the efforts of the government towards keeping children safe, the efforts of government towards providing for children with disability, the efforts of government for providing solutions for mothers who would want to leave their children in safe and secure places? Mr. Speaker, that is the legacy of the People's Progressive Party civic government in catering for children across the length and breadth of this country, children who depend on parents, and as such, there is much in this budget for families across the country. As a government, we believe in the stability of families. We believe in community development. We believe in infrastructural development. We're not a government that is impervious to the global crises that is affecting every country in this world. We're not a government that is oblivious to the trends in the world that would have had an impact on so many different aspects of governance and the way people govern. In fact, we have offered as a government tangible solutions to the challenges to food security, making Guyana pivotal in CARICOM, the voice of CARICOM, providing the solutions that CARICOM is following, the region is looking at, the world is looking at in terms of fighting the global crises. Mr. Speaker, we in this National Assembly should not resort to the usual broken narrative of divisiveness and polarization. This is a country that wants unity. This is a country that demands inclusivity. And this is a country that I am very proud of, where our people would like to benefit from what we as a government would have managed to do in just 2 years. Mr. Speaker, if I am to look at what the world says about gender equality, I can quote from a report from the World Economic Forum report. This report is usually presented annually and was first presented in 2006 and speaks to the global gender equality gap insight report. And it's an important thing because, Mr. Speaker, one of the key indicators is economic participation and opportunity. And this is very important because it speaks to what I've been listening to being questioned. This is not Guyana government doing it. This is the World Economic Forum. And in just 1 year, last year, 2022, Guyana traversed 18 spots up from place number 53 to 35. And there have been numerous indicators. And I'm only speaking of what is relevant to my sector. However, if we're to look at many of the other sectors, we could have seen that the contributions of programs that transform the employment prospects of people across the country would have been recognized in moving us 18 spots up. For example, we can speak of GOAL, GROW, WIN, BIT, just to name a few of those programs that do not come with a price tag. They come absolutely free. They're accessible to all the people of Guyana. You know, one of the members on that side of the House, I believe it was the Honorable Member, Mr. Royce Dale Ford, who spoke about government's boots being on the neck of people. They were on the neck of people in 5 years with a taxation-existent budget, budgets that were crafted on the taxes on the backs of people. Mr. Speaker, this is a budget that does not give any new taxes to the people. None at all. In fact, the income tax threshold has been increased so that people are able to have in their pockets $3 billion and 12,000 people are not in the tax net anymore. That is the level of the kind of development, the kind of governance, and the kind of input that we want to have on the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, I will be happy to provide this report to you. In fact, in education attainment, Guyana ranks first globally, tying with 21 other countries, such as Canada, Brazil, the Netherlands, and Jamaica, which is the only other Caribbean country in first place. Read it. Guyana has also tied for first place in ranking for enrollment in both secondary and tertiary education. This is especially important as it clearly indicates the outcomes and long-term impacts of projects implemented by the government. I continue. The construction of schools and provision of human and other resources in Amerindian communities throughout the interior regions of Guyana has made educational accessible and attainable, even during periods where Guyana has had limited fiscal capacity. This is an expansive report, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be presenting it to you on conclusion of what I'm saying. Mr. Speaker, I believe that I'd like to ask my colleagues, my Guyanese brothers and sisters on the opposite side of the House to remove the myopic lens, to remove the obligatory mantle that they like to wear when it comes to causing division and rejecting progress and development. You know, it's a simple walk from over there to over here. And deep down, I know you want to do it. You're more than welcome. We embrace collaboration. We embrace your support. We embrace your working with us. Feel free to walk across the floor. It's as easy as that. Mr. Speaker, when we look at our country, no country is insulated from the world economy and the global crises. But we want to say that Guyana has managed to, in the shortest possible time, have the opportunity to transform the lives of women and men across the country, a program that I'm immeasurably proud of, the Women's Innovation Investment Network Program, and there's nothing to compare it to in your 5 years because nothing existed. The WIN Initiative is a program that has produced 6,193 trained persons across every region in this country. In fact, just last year, we were able to provide free training with no prerequisite required for admission, and 4,033 women and men benefited from that training, which is free, which is offered in a hybrid model, and which allows them the potential of employment and starting a micro enterprise. Mr. Speaker, no amount of noise will dissuade me from presenting irrefutable facts that 6,193 people across this country have benefited. And this year, $100 million will ensure 6,000 more women and men benefiting this year alone. Mr. Speaker, I want to say it is not only training, but this is a comprehensive model of training, moving people into our Win in Business clinic, giving them business literacy training, moving them into the field of micro-enterprise. On our sample of 2,339 of these persons who have been trained, we have 48% of them who would have developed business proposals and 25% of them who own a business. That is the level of progress that has happened in 1 year. For the first time in the region, for the first time in the Caribbean, and definitely for the first time in Guyana, we have an app that is called the WIN app, where 750 women have the opportunity to advertise their business for free. Coming this year with a collaboration with MMG, these women will be in a position to offer their products for sale on this app. This is a beautiful blend of IT, entrepreneurship, and vision. Mr. Speaker, I would like to continue on WIN and to say that there are so many projects that will result in people from the hinterland and across the coastland, in remote and rural areas who will benefit from that WIN training. Those who've been trained in professional courses like elder care, child care, patient care, will now benefit from the opportunity, whether individually or in consortium, to be able to be referral points where patients from hospitals, people who would like to have access to caregivers who are trained, they can do this, utilizing those persons who have been trained through the WIN program. One of the novel initiatives that have been established, and this year will really speak to thousands of women who, when they saw this announced in the 2023 budget, they were ecstatic. And that was the establishment of day, night care, and early childhood development centers. This is a blended model, and this is the first of its kind in the region, definitely in the Caribbean, and I can venture to say perhaps in the world. And I have recognized that women who work long hours, people who work long hours, parents, single parents, mothers and fathers who would like a safe space for their children to be kept while they're at work, they now will have the option, as this budget provides $100 million so that we can start construction of these day and night care and early childhood development centers. Mr. Speaker, this offers a sanctuary for children, and those persons who've been trained, not only are they trained in child care, they will also receive training in special needs as well as early childhood, and this can be something that Guyana is very proud of. Mr. Speaker, as we continue to look at what was achieved and what is to be achieved, I think I cannot go forward without recognizing that the WIN program operates out of a building called the Guyana Women's Leadership Institute. This was a building that was in serious disrepair. Everything had grounded to a halt, and now that building is a thriving hub, completed with modern classrooms, a brand new computer lab, a WIN in Business incubator, and will house the first of the day, night care, and early childhood development centers. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, we're adding to this because we understand that people, especially women, like to cook. Why not make it profitable? And so we will be putting out for those women an opportunity to have free training where they can, from this training, start their own businesses. A state-of-the-art culinary center will be launched in the first quarter of this month, and women across the country will have access to training at no cost to them. Mr. Speaker, and it's not just training. This training is certificate training done by the University of the West Indies, the UK ABMA, and through Coursera, offering those persons who come through the WIN program an opportunity of stackable courses, giving them a recognizable qualification that puts them on easy footing to further develop themselves in the technical vocational field, to have employment, or to start their own micro enterprise. Mr. Speaker, we have been in talks with a number of entities, the Private Sector Commission, GCCI, to ensure that these women have an entry into those places where ordinarily they never had such an opportunity. The fact that this speaks to women who have never before been in the world of business is a powerful message to all women in our country. This is empowerment. This is real empowerment. Nothing can be achieved without single-minded focus and hard work. And Mr. Speaker, I am prepared to work hard. In fact, I am a hard worker. And I believe that I work with people who have similar vision with me to make these things materialize. In fact, if we looked at the first week of registration, over 7,000 people applied. We didn't only leave them like that. Over 3,000 women benefited from seed funding for their businesses through a collaboration with the World Food Program. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that mothers, the single parents that we consider, the single fathers, the single mothers, they will also benefit from subsidies which come out of the ministry that helps them with their child care costs. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the We Lift activity that is usually celebrated around International Women's Day has grown. From 75 women-owned businesses, we grew to 150 women-owned businesses under one roof, under the We Lift program. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Human Services, Gender Affairs Bureau continues to work with men and women across the country, developing women's groups, men's groups, and working to continue on the Shared Responsibilities campaign. We are now embarking on an exercise where we will be training a number of persons on gender, on shared responsibility, gender-based violence, and a number of other social issues, including coaches, taxi drivers, bartenders, to name a few of that. Our groups expand and extend throughout the length and breadth of Guyana, and work is expected to be complete on the national gender policy this year, 2023. Mr. Speaker, we have as a government always put emphasis on families, and as such, our Family Enhancement Unit will be expanded, and the excellent work that this unit has been doing in Region 4 will now move across to the various regions and will be in collaboration with our other programs so that holistically we can cater for the social issues that abound. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I have always believed that there is no need to say what people live. Work speaks for itself, and the work of the Ministry of Human Services is very visible for all of Guyana to see and to participate in. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the Child Care and Protection Agency, which is pivotal when it comes to the care of children, has been consistently working on developing a number of key areas that address child abuse. The Every Child Safe project speaks to community engagement and interaction in all of Guyana's regions, and a number of persons will benefit from training. We have produced a parenting manual and workbook, and there will be structured training for parents across this country. In addition to that, we have allowed children to express their voice as a part of us protecting child rights and giving children a platform on which they can share their experiences on safety and security. We have managed to produce a storybook where children would have shared their stories on safety and what it means to them. The Street Light Project, which falls under the Every Child Safe program, is a key project as it speaks to children who are on the streets. We have been effectively removing children from off the streets, working with their families, addressing socio-economic issues, and we have managed to remove at least 30 of those children from our streets. This program will intensify as we do not want to have any child on the street, and we must get to the source of why they're on the street, work with them and their family so there is not a recurrence. Mr. Speaker, the community approach that we are taking through the Child Care and Protection Agency is bound to yield results because we are not working in a vacuum or silo. We're also looking at those children who have special needs. This budget provides, as a promise from His Excellency, a fleet of 7 retrofitted vehicles that will help those children who are living with disabilities. And this takes me to the work of the Ministry on persons living with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, we have managed to help hundreds of persons across the length and breadth of Guyana, centrally from the Difficult Circumstances Unit and through our outreaches to have free access to support aids, assisted aids, wheelchairs, walkers, and so many more things. Mr. Speaker, the construction of the Learning Lab, a training complex for persons living with disability, will be opened in the first quarter of this year, providing for the first time an empowerment entrepreneurship opportunity for persons living with disabilities. Last year, $100 million would have been budgeted. This year, we continue to focus on training. We continue to work with persons living with disabilities, and a revolving fund for persons living with disabilities can be accessed through the Small Business Bureau. So there is a comprehensive outlook to the kind of support and help that we are giving to the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, we have been working assiduously protecting child rights, and as such, last we were able to ensure that legislation was passed in alignment with the Hague Convention on International Adoption, which is expected to commence this year. We have been working with the U.S. State Department and other state entities and other stakeholders to ensure that this happens. Our legislative agenda is a rich one. We have completed the counter trafficking in persons legislation, and that will be brought on the floors this year. We have other pieces of legislation to consider, to review, and to bring at some time to this House, including the Domestic Violence Act, which will incorporate new forms of family violence, the Harassment Act, which I'm sure some of you will be very wary of having, but that will be happening. We will be looking at the pension and the Poor Relief Act, which are archaic pieces of legislation. Mr. Speaker, I want to say thank you to the international community that would have not only been very supportive, but would have recognized the sterling work done by the Ministry of Human Services and Social Security. These last 2 years, we would have spent looking at a number of the homes and some of the establishments that focus on the elders, on children, and on persons living with disabilities. Last year, a beautiful new kitchen and recreation center was opened at the Sophia Drop-In Center, much to the delight of hundreds of children, modern and beautiful. What they cooked in and what they ate in was akin to a shack. It was appalling and horrible. I want to say also that this year, that center will receive a much-needed facelift. We're also looking at the expansion of our shelters. We're also looking at shelters for domestic violence and trafficking in persons. And we're also looking at the residential care facility for children living with disabilities, and they will have a brand new facility. All of these will be enclosed in the Mahaika complex. Mr. Speaker, the more noise you make, it gives me the impetus to continue. Mr. Speaker, parents who have children living with disability will continue to benefit through the work of the Ministry of Human Services and Social Security and through the budget to the tune of $40.4 billion. Mr. Speaker, our pensioners would have received an increase which totals to 67% over just 2 years now moving to this budget. And this is in comparison to less than 30% of the 5-year period of the APNU AFC government. I will not stand here and say that is the be-all and the end-all of pension, but there is a tangential increase that is planned, and pensioners will not only benefit from the increase to $33,000 and of interest, the life expectancy is increasing because we have seen from 2020 to 2023, we started with just about 60,000 pensioners. Now we are projecting 73,000 pensioners, which means we are also helping those persons to have access to their source documents so that they can access their pension. We have also transformed the delivery system of pension, creating a shut-in delivery system, a direct delivery system, alternate venues so the post offices are not crowded. We're adding to this MMG very soon, and pensioners would have more than 1,000 new locations to access their pension. Mr. Speaker, and it's not only the pension, it's the water subsidy that you took away. You also raised taxes on.
Be careful, honorable member. I didn't take away anything.
The honorable members removed. Also, Mr. Speaker, we're looking at public assistance spiraling to 29,000 recipients. And this is remarkable. And this has happened because of a decision made by this government when just about 5,000 children received $100,000 cash grant towards their permanent disability. All those children are now moved to the permanent register of public assistance, which means that a significant number of that 29,000 is comprised of children and adults living with permanent disabilities. A policy change also resulted now in persons with permanent disabilities not having to apply and reapply. They can now access the public assistance more effortlessly, if I put it that way. We are creating a disability unit at the ministry that is geared for the first time ever in Guyana, a whole unit for persons living with disability, focused on their assistance, focused on supportive and assistive aids, focused on training, and focused on every single need that would arise for persons living with disabilities. In order to structure and streamline the efficiency and efficacy of our ministry, there is also going to be a senior citizens unit to focus on all of the elders and the seniors as we value their contributions, and we would like to ensure that whatever is within our power, we can provide to them so they can have a better quality of life. Mr. Speaker, the ministry's iCare program. This was a new program, and this program was able to offer to persons just in 2022, 1,230 persons free tested spectacles. Mr. Speaker, we went to communities that never had this kind of access before, including Mocha, Philippi, to name a few. And I can give you the list of all the communities so that you can hear. Baramita, Tushan, Monrepo, Bartica, Yupakari, Kumaka, Camarang, Kato, Aishalton, Anai, Kwakwani, St. Cuthberts, Wakenham, Susanna's Ross, just to name some of them. Mr. Speaker, last year we were able to do just over 1,000 spectacles as well, and this is a program that we have seen make a difference in the lives of people, whether it's their education as children or pensioners whose face light up because they're able to now read their books. This is a very, very helpful program. Mr. Speaker, through the Difficult Circumstances Unit, we have also helped with home rehabilitation for pensioners and persons living with disability and single parents, and we continue to offer assistance in other areas. Mr. Speaker,
Thank you, honorable member. I'll assist you with an extension if I get a movement.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask that my colleague be given time to continue. I know she has a very large sector and would love to have lots of time.
Honorable Minister, you'll have 5 minutes to conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The night shelter is a facility that has undergone, I would say, complete renovation from looking like what I call the chicken coop when I came into this ministry. It is now a place that provides a dignified environment for people who are homeless, people who are indigent, and people who require shelter and a hot meal. This year, the night shelter will also benefit from a kitchen. And for those of you who even deign to look at people on the street, we are not only looking at them on the street, we are removing them from the streets through our help program, and we are ensuring that they're well taken care of. We have excellent collaborations with the Mental Health Unit of the Ministry of Health and the Georgetown Public Hospital Corporation to ensure that they are well taken care of. Mrs. Veerasamy, good work as the administrator. Mr. Speaker, in addition to what has been happening at the night shelter, those persons who have been removed from the streets and are able-bodied will, through a collaboration between the Ministry of Labor and Human Services, I spoke to my colleague, will be introduced a bit so that they can be trained in technical vocational skills and have the opportunity to get back into the world of work. Mr. Speaker, I want to just conclude with something that has always troubled me, and that is gender-based violence. This ministry has received commendation from the UNFPA this year for the work that it has done in conjunction with Spotlight. And I will just read a few excerpts. You know it. I think some of you may have to call 914 from time to time. It works, and it has helped a number of persons. This year alone, we received over 15,000 calls on 914 as compared to last year, 12,000 calls. From the Survivors Advocates Program, we have managed to have over 1,200 interventions helping those survivors of gender-based violence. Our legal pro bono initiative, which complements the government subvention to legal aid, providing free legal service to persons experiencing domestic violence, continues and is a collaboration between this ministry and the Guyana Bar Association. Mr. Speaker, we have 500 free cases so that we can at least help 500 persons experiencing violence. Mr. Speaker, I want to read you just a few, and I will leave this with you as the Ministry of Human Services and Social Security is the national coordinating entity for Spotlight in Guyana. It leads in conceptualizing holistic national efforts for preventing and responding to GBV, engages other parts of the government in such national efforts. If there's any distinguishing feature of Spotlight in Guyana, it must be national ownership. At the most recent NSC of the program, the minister committed to incorporating elements of Spotlight into national budgets, noting in particular the preventive community-level activities that address the root causes of violence. We would have established the Community Advocate Network, and we would have trained persons, hundreds of persons, in 8 of 10 regions. Mr. Speaker, this Spotlight initiative worked towards providing support on the draft domestic violence bill, the gender-based violence essential service package for Guyana, the 914 24-hour hotline service, the GBV app, and the Cop Squad initiative. Thank you to the person much maligned just now in a very, anyway, the person, Minister Roseman, thank you for cooperating with this ministry. So together, we would have achieved training of 1,400 plus police officers through the Cop Squad 2000 initiative. Mr. Speaker, the Survivors Advocate program continues to work as it's all across in the courts of Guyana. We also have shelters and a collaboration between the Ministry of Legal Affairs and this ministry will yield the Hope and Justice Centers, where we will provide all the services required for persons experiencing domestic violence under one roof. If this is not something to be proud of, then you're blinkered as usual. Mr. Speaker, I would like to leave you with the final comment from this report. The level of commitment, this is from the UNFPA Spotlight Country Report. The level of commitment of the Minister of Human Services and Social Security and the Ministry of Human Services and Social Security in advancing a holistic approach to addressing gender-based violence in Guyana is exemplary. Spotlight played a catalytic role, which now promises longer-term sustainability thanks to political leadership, sound legal and policy frameworks, and integration of models and services in national mechanisms and budgets, all buttressed by community-level engagement and civil society partnership. Mr. Speaker, I could go on like this for many hours, but I know my time is at an end. I want to say thank you to the people of Guyana for the privilege of serving them. We will continue to continue to deliver to the people of Guyana. We do so with humility, and I say to my colleagues, my brothers and sisters on the opposite side of the House, cross the floor, support the budget, because this is only just some of what the 2023 budget promises for the people of Guyana. Transformational, innovative, cross-cutting, and simply spectacular. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I now invite the Honourable Devon Sears to make his contribution.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is a privilege for me to present to this Honourable House and the citizens of this great country we call Guyana my contribution to the national budget debate for fiscal 2023. Let me state at the onset that it is my intention to focus my contribution on improving the lives of every Guyanese, to highlight inconsistencies in Budget 2023 and make recommendations which should be considered on its improvement. In areas where I do not go into details, I'm pretty sure my colleagues who are to come will deal with those issues. No responsible person would dispute the fact that indeed this is the largest budget in Guyana's history, a budget that should have catered room for equality, bridging the gaps of poverty, and embody generational wealth. But this budget does not do that, Mr. Speaker. Instead, this budget averts to address the growing economic crisis that Guyanese face on a daily basis. Mr. Speaker, I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed in the government side of the House, who attempt to convince Guyanese that they care, constantly insulting the Guyanese intelligence and attempting to distract them with chicken feed and, of course, hogwash. Mr. Speaker, there is no substance in their arguments, and constantly they ridicule and criticize our term in government. And also, they give ball-by-ball coverage and what is to happen and who did what and what not. But, Mr. Speaker, might I remind this honorable House that it is the APNU AFC who holds or who have acquired over 50% of votes in the last elections, and who should be sitting on that other side of the House. Might I remind the government that we must exercise political maturity. Every point that is made by my colleagues on this side of the House comes with substance and we represent the people because they elected us here. The harsh reality is this, Mr. Speaker. When we look at the economy of Guyana, the World Bank, in its recent updated fact sheet on Guyana, it said that Guyanese are living under $5 US every day. That's $1,000. Mr. Speaker, that is unacceptable, especially in an oil-rich economy. Mr. Speaker, it's embarrassing to note that the PPP government have embraced autocracy and also dictatorial governance. That is not what Guyana should represent, Mr. Speaker. It is noted as well that Guyana ranks one of the lowest in terms of living conditions in this part of the world. Mr. Speaker, we have a brain drain situation. A lot of our educated young men and women are seeking employment overseas because the government cannot cater for their qualifications in this oil-rich economy. Mr. Speaker, in order to effectively address such a report we must focus on the non-oil sectors, such as economies and developing countries. It creates jobs, strengthens local economy, contributes to local infrastructure development, and cultural assets and traditions. Cannot be achieved, Mr. Speaker, because the PPP government lacks vision. And in the lauded the tourism industry, said how we have gotten an increase in visitors last year alone as compared to 2021 by 85%. He talked about the CPL cricket finals, which is coming to Guyana. But Mr. Speaker, you know what is surprising? That the tourism industry have been performing very well, but yet still this government decided not to give a proper increase in the budgetary allocation that reflects that growth. Mr. Speaker, that is disappointing. Mr. Speaker, 83.9 increase in tourism from 2021 to 2022 is a big leap. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member boasted about 3,300 rooms that will come on stream because of massive investments. Mr. Speaker, we are the #1 tourist destination, eco-tourist destination, named in 2019, and we hold a solid spot on the global market for sustainable tourism. But yet still, they decided to give the Ministry of Tourism only an increase of 7%, jumping from 2022, $6 billion to 6.5 in 2023. But Mr. Speaker, let's look at what is happening, the breakdown. In terms of the allocation, Mr. Speaker, when you look at program code 234, tourism development and promotion, the allocation is this, Mr. Speaker. $33 million is going to capital work. Mr. Speaker, yeah, you know what that money is going to? A flagpole project at this very center here, the payment of retention and provision for a parking lot and a trestle, all right? Ms. Minister, honorable member, this is not enough when it comes to dealing with tourism, especially if we want to empower people. Mr. Speaker, I want to touch on a few considerations that maybe the government and the honorable member Ashley Singh should take into consideration. Mr. Speaker, the training and hospitality school, while it's a good, very good initiative, and it's welcome because we want to elevate tourism within our country. Mr. Speaker, the location might be an issue because if you look at where these huge major investments in hotel and infrastructure is coming from, it's along the coast and Georgetown. But if this project is to go to ever, Mr. Speaker, their employees to go there to do training and then come back. The great impact of this, unless we can effectively deal with the hospitality sector. Mr. Speaker, the AP and UAFC in its greatest vision to transform this sector, created regional tourism committees with the aim of having greater inclusion and bipartisan cohesiveness geared towards regional development. These committees need funding, Mr. Speaker. I'm speaking about the regional tourism committees. Mr. Speaker, now more than ever, those committees effectively serve their region because, Mr. Speaker, we cannot product that can, with regards to the tourism, needs to be placed in all the and office so that we happening here in Georgia. These tongues, to the U.S. State Department, Canada, UK, and United States citizens sector, Mr. Honorable. Want to do, Mr. Speaker, I also need will come to the Rebel Member Gail Teixeira. They will what needs to go the party official investment portfolio so that we can give them when Mr. Speaker, and then very good initiative. Is what the government refused to go and sit around engage doing that housing scheme and the state around that same tons of bauxite will not get to touch if industrial honorable members, and at all we're not. What is based on its more need to be allocated to the tourism. I also want to share with you with regards to Upper Demerara, other side of Linden has contributed Minister Dr. Ashley Singh this performance owed to. He said within the last the latter part, mineral workers got 0. Dr. Ashley Singh boasted about 1,000. Good. Let me just Bonasika 580 needs to turn a blind and the security need to accept
in those areas, and they, Mr. Speaker, it's a, I'm not being for to deal with those issues, Mr. Speaker. I to you, Mr. Speaker, the day will come. Trusts are not being attended to. Mr. Speaker, I want to up them rare Borbies with Borbies villages. Mr. Speaker, 3.3 $1 billion. The staff currently is dealing with more, including of the PPP. I must say to you that this year's road from Mabura to Linden allocated sums of money to develop the Linden Highway or in that bridge, not tomorrow, not the next day. We want it now. Over $1 billion. 25 days. Couldn't Kenzie Bridge. It's because they don't care about the people. Mr. Speaker, listen to Council pushing, ignored area there. That community is developing Borough Road. The government in Linden Road, 1 or 2 miles in or
The next time.
I move that the honourable member presentation.
Mr. Speaker, could only conclude what we're saying. We have investors. So, Mr. Speaker, in terms of infrastructure, actually saying praise and said that, you know, it's complete. Athletes and Olympians who have to train. That you care about people and athletics. One would expect Charles Ram and drainage. The Honorable $800 million to fall. Don't make any sense. We need part two. Just about 3 months ago, those roads were constructed. No drains, nothing. I don't know what is happening, Mr. Speaker. To ignore the need for sustainable road from Ituni to Tacoma and even farms, 5. But
families hideout to Sand Hills Road is needed, which will cater Wairuni and those areas. Road, it will be very, very, very costly. There seems to be a war on the boards and co-ops. What's happening is that the government feels less dependent. They become things for themselves. But this government wants to buckle the Guyana that we envision. Employment, unemployment in the region, and well educated. We talk about, if you look at this, nobody wants to go and work. We're just focusing on part-time jobs, but really it's primarily this. So at this care, torture doctors, we have by state is this, while we bring Cuban nurses, have the oil has been the well, Mr. Speaker, the increase of of boundaries within the municipalities. Part-time jobs cannot be the solution. More than ever, money does not become dependent on, Mr. Speaker, food security. I am convinced all of us must be committed to the social parts joined together. Great prosperous nation on a
Mr. Speaker, as members, one after the other, presentations, unsubstantiated claims are here to debate. This is serious. Is everything that we are saying least and credible. Before me, Mr. Speaker, no government is government they have ever had. And he just he speak about Linden and they love to matters he raised just now are the question were in office 20 are we talking about? They decimated bauxite company. We had people in wrong side of that saying from the APNU. Mr. Speaker, APNU, AFC are claiming but never created a house lot. APNU, AFC are calling for 4 people out of work. The APNU, AFC are police and cronies, but it was who said we gonna only give the first, but took but raised tuition by 35. AFC are calling the being accused of racism. The APNU, AFC are calling the APNU, AFC are calling for water and Mr. Speaker, credibility. We're going to come to this House and make claims. And the AFC opposition has no moral authority to speak of sound bites. Argument has been made against it coming from the opposition. Norton said that Norton in a press statement development plan. The small of our programs when we programs available, we've been speaking 5 years in government. Mr. A new AFC and only positions to substantive position in now imagine have no experience to govern work. Imagine the Honorable Ashley reading the series. Patient budget. Mr. For the oil and gas. Exxon, that is what they have to take credit for. Exxon, that is what they have to take credit for. Taking now with the limit to take credit for, Mr. The witness report for people about what the AP and UAFC was supposed to sources. Getting the best deal for offices that the Mr. Speaker, the report Guyana's best interest AFC decisions people were in series different story. Government had a same reading the same book. There's been Mr. Speaker, you the budget. Budget used to be a
Of they are the continue.
AFC the fifth was reaping the dead, be able to finance so money apart point
by the government in communities that can transform the imbalance between life and death in favor of life. Indeed, the main public hospital in Georgetown and its committed staff members bears a far greater burden that it should carry, an flattering reputation about the services that it provides. For many, the thought of the public hospital conjures up images of incompetence, misery, and death. Stories continue to abound about inexplicable maternal deaths and lack of agility and compassion for emergency and trauma patients seeking the attention of its medical personnel. But we must raise questions to the reason the government will spend upwards of several billions of dollars on 6 new regional hospitals and specialty hospitals, and at the same time facilitate the establishment of several private hospitals. This government has advanced medical tourism as justification for entering public-private partnerships for healthcare. In other words, Mr. Speaker, the government, which is already sharing a paltry 5% of our national income with the workers of the country, is asking them now to transfer that sum of that meager money through their taxes to family, friends, and favorites who are already enjoying 95% of the country's wealth. The demand for taxes of workers is being made under the guise of promoting medical tourism, something of no value to the workers of this country. One company, I think Sheriff Medical, has emerged as a prominent investor in private hospitals around this country. The resources of this company are open to question, and not many Guyanese might know of the close relationship between the owners of this private.
You're now imputing on the company that can't defend themselves either. So, honorable member, please withdraw that. Thank you.
Yes, I'm so advised, and it's alleged that the person has a close connection with the second vice president of the PPP government, the honorable member who should be here. We find it to be more than coincidental and heartless that the government is getting all sorts of favors to this group of investors without questioning the source of its funds. We have
Honorable again, that the government is getting favors from this group, right? So I don't know. She said alleged, right? But the honorable member Mahi Paul on your side is saying it's true. So I asked him to produce the evidence. Thank you.
Marie Paul, I'm speaking to you. I'm not listening to my. In fact, I want some protection.
Honorable, I'll give you the protection from Mahi Paul, yes.
We need could I go on? Yes, we need clarity as to what is behind having, this private entity build several hospitals, and how much help the government will force the already cash-strapped taxpayers of this country to give to the endeavors of this entity. Festival City. We are pleased that $92 million was spent at Festival City Polyclinic. The construction, which commenced under our watch and the brainchild of the APNU ASC coalition, I think we must have mature politics to if we did something, just compliment us for it. No big deal. All right? Hashtag no big deal. The construction of the polyclinic was intended retrofitted. It's supposed to be new and not to be retrofitted. This facility rehabilitation and laboratory service to the community in South Rumpelt and its environs. It is the wish from the APNU ASC coalition that, like the Lusignan Diabetic Clinic, the Festival City would offer also a retinopathy clinic, a diabetes and pregnancy clinic, and a diabetic foot care clinic also. We hope that it's going to be also be done there. At 4115, it is the wish hospital as the West Demerara and Sully Hospital were constructed with the same source of funding. Health facilities at Baracara and the New Amsterdam Hospital as well. Mr. Speaker, health is decentralized, and so access to primary, secondary, or tertiary care should be based on quality, reliability, and inclusivity. So we do look forward without delay to the upgrade of the Karasabai, Anai, and Sand Creek Health Centers, which are slated to be done for $237 million. Drugs and medical